College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalvo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With two former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
Days are getting cooler and shadows are getting longer. You know what that means? It's football weather. So bundle up and keep it here for all the latest strategies and gridiron information. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency.
Rage all you want.
Let's roll. This is Sports Rage. I am Gabriel Morency, the pistol players, the hustlers, the people that bust them, and everybody else in between. Sports Rage Game Day, a special college football playoff edition of the program as we step up and in on SiriusXM channel 159. SportsGrid on demand on YouTube if you want a video stream and jump in with a bunch of other degenerate gamblers as countdown to kickoff is on right now. Looks like they're going to kick this football game off at about 7:45 Eastern time. So we've got time to get our plays in. We've got a full house on the program tonight. Cam Stewart will step up and in a couple of minutes. Guns Picks in the house. Guns Picks, of course, has joined us. He's a big Notre Dame fan, and he's been with us for the first two games, so he might as well keep the mojo going. Guns Picks will step up and in. Our boy Brent Beard, Heisman Trophy voter. We're all CFB talk tonight, college football. Brent Beard in the house, Heisman Trophy voter, First Coast News college football analyst in Jacksonville, Florida, ABC TV. We'll step up and in. We've got George Kurtz. We've got Big Card Julio. We've got Keith O'Neill. Like I said, we're jam-packed tonight as far as the guests. And we're also jam-packed as far as the picks are concerned as well. There's been some late line movement. Penn State are now favorites. All right, Notre Dame were like 1.5, 2-point favorites. And I saw Stanford Steve saying, well, it's not 1.5. And I'm looking at the numbers. I'm like, I don't know what the hell this guy's talking about. I don't see any moves. And then, boom, I think it was at ESPN Bet first. And then it did start to move. And finally, it flipped. And I'm seeing Penn State -1 right now. Penn State -1.5 at respectable books. So it's 1.5. There's been a late swing to Penn State. I think... And I heard, like, people talking, and it's one of the biggest things, and I've been guilty of it. I've thrown it up there, when money's coming in or whatever. It's not really money, all right? Different sports books operate differently, but the head of FanDuel once told me, he goes, we don't move like, he was on the air with me, we were talking about line moves, and he said, we don't move numbers because of money. And he said, we hear people say that all the time, and it's not true. He said, if we're going to move a number, it's because we're moving a number because of some sort of injury or angle that we think that other people aren't seeing. It's not, there's a bunch of money coming in. Now, some old school books, they're just looking to make the 10% and move on. They're going to charge you 10% on the bet, and they don't care who you take. The more modern books, like the FanDuels of the world, the DraftKings, they're more into, we're going to post a number, and you can beat that number if you want. Like, it's a little bit different in a modern era. So, that whole, there's not like, there's a ton of money coming in on Penn State right now. I'll tell you what it is. People are concerned about Jeremiah Love, the Notre Dame running back. The dude's got a brace on. He's beat up. He's going to be playing, though. I think that's coming into play here. He is a big part of their offense. So the number is swung. Whatever. Jeremiah Love hasn't been 100% for he got hurt in the USC game. He wasn't 100% in either of the playoff games. He still popped a big one, right? He's a badass running back. I don't think he is 100%, but we're playing him to score a touchdown. I got my concerns, but I think he can get into the end zone. We're not going crazy with it, but I think he can get into the end zone. But I'm going to stay away from the Jeremiah Love props. We are on the Penn State Nittany Lions and the Notre Dame Fighting Irish to go under the number, and it's gone up to 45.5 right now. You guys know me. I don't play a lot of unders, but I don't think this is going to be a very high-scoring game. And there's always the thought, and the ESPN crew are giving their picks right now. They're god-awful, terrible. I hope they're all on Penn State. Desmond Howard's on Penn State. My boy Pat McAfee's making his pick right now. Kirk Herbstreit's on Notre Dame, which concerns me a little bit. These guys are always wrong. They always just take the favorite for the most part, but this one's kind of a toss-up, so it's a little bit different. So we'll let you know who McAfee's pick is in a second. But yeah, whatever. The point spread's +1, -1, whatever. I think Notre Dame are going to win this football game, and we can get to the reasons why. We've talked about the reasons why. One of the big keys here to me is if you look at Penn State, they hosted SMU, who were the weakest of all the college football playoff teams. All right, so they hosted SMU in bad weather. SMU were doomed, okay? Then they played Boise State. We tried to big it up, and Ashton Genty this and that. How many players on Boise State are going to the NFL? One. One. Ashton Genty, right? How many players on Notre Dame are going to the NFL? I don't know, 6, 7? All right, like a handful. Like there's a difference in talent, specifically at the safety position, and I think that Notre Dame, Xavier Watts and Schuler will be able to contain Tyler Warren a hell of a lot better than Boise State or SMU could. SportsRage Game Day, let's roll.
Being a SportsGrid listener doesn't make life perfect, but it'll do till perfect comes along. We're the home of the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsRage Tonight.
I don't want to be the guy that says what I saw last, but how the hell do you bet on Sam Darnold going to Los Angeles? I mean, this ghost. This guy lives in a haunted house. He saw some ghosts last night, bro. The Vikings like to blitz the crap out of you. Yeah, good luck blitzing Matt Stafford, because he's never seen a blitz before, right? And they can't change their system. It is what it is.
It's Sports Rage Tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. That's 800-365-6303.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Remember the good old days when you could only get AM or FM on your car's radio? No? Well, shut up. We're not that old. Your home of the winning edge. Whether you assign a button to us or not. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
I was going to tell you guys I like the Raptors plus 14 points tonight. We told Scotty Farrell this earlier in the day. The Cavaliers coming off that massive win last night against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Plus, the Raptors don't suck. Their straight-up record sucks. But they're actually, the Raptors are doing it right. They're actually playing well. They lose games at the end. It helps their draft pick. In a couple of years, they're going to be good again. So it is what it is. But they're up 28-22 on the Cavs right now. But they're only getting 7.5 suddenly instead of the 14. All right, so college football. Countdown to kickoff is on. And we got a lot of bets in this game, so we'll start rattling them off for you. I can tell you, too, they don't normally have this, but I was surprised to see this. They have a long field goal, over-under long field goal for this college football playoff game tonight. And this one's right in my wheelhouse as Cam Stewart steps up at him. Long field goal, Cam. In the NFL, they've bumped it up. Like, the sportsbooks are tired of losing. Like, they made it 50.5 the other day in the Pittsburgh Steelers game, outdoors. It was like 50.5 outside, long field goal. I'm like, wow, man, it's only 46.5, 47.5. They're trying to scare people off of it. Though with college, obviously the kickers are different. But I did put a bet in, guys. Long field goal made tonight, over 40.5. 40.5. I just need a 41-yard field goal. I get that it's college, but I think that either one of these kickers are capable of making a 41-yarder, and there's going to be field goals made in this game, guys, because these defenses are going to step up. So as far as our best bets are concerned, we jumped in. We got a bunch of player props for you as well. We did play. I'll just go in order of my plays here. This is what I just put in. Notre Dame plus 11, under 55.5. And over 43 in Ohio State and Texas. So basically, I got Notre Dame plus 11 points tonight, under 55.5, and I got a head start tomorrow. Ohio State, Texas, over 43. We played the long field goal, over 40.5 tonight in this football game. Don't forget, perfect conditions in Miami at the Orange Bowl. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish, we believe, are going to squeak out like a really close win. Like, it wouldn't surprise me with 17-16. Give me Notre Dame plus 1. I got a Notre Dame plus 8, under 52.5, 7-point teaser. I got Penn State running back Nicholas Singleton scoring a touchdown at minus 120. Tyler Warren to score a touchdown, minus 125. This kid's amazing. He's Penn State. Penn State have a lot of good players, actually, but Tyler Warren is, I don't know, he's like Gronkowski or something. And I didn't even realize, like, when you watch him, he doesn't look 6'5", but he actually is 6'5", like 250, 260. He's a freaking load, but he's fast. He's got soft hands. I don't know why the NFL isn't in love with this kid, but Tyler Warren's a stud. So him to score a touchdown. Jeremiah Love, star running back for Notre Dame. He is wearing a knee brace tonight, but I think he can get into the end zone. We're not going massive, but I think he can get into the end zone at minus 110, minus 120 as well. Here's one. Mitchell Evans. Mitchell Evans. There's two Evans. There's Amari Evans on Penn State and Mitchell Evans on Notre Dame. We're going with the Notre Dame. Mitchell Evans under 25.5 receiving yards. Penn State's defense is awesome. This kid usually gets about 19, 20 yards a game. He's only gone over this number a couple of times in the last 6 games. And I don't think it happens tonight. So give me Mitchell Evans under 25.5. Bo Collins. Wide receiver, Notre Dame. We're always looking for the value plays. It was 14.5. Unfortunately, I got it in at 15.5. But Bo Collins over 15.5 receiving yards. You just got to get a couple of catches here. And he has gotten 17, 19, 21. He only gets a couple of catches a game, but look for him to go over 15.5 tonight. Love this one. Drew Aller, the quarterback of Penn State. Let's go under. It's been bouncing around from 182 to 192. I ended up getting it in at under 186.5. I got a bad number, but I don't think he's going to have a lot of success throwing the football against Notre Dame. I think Penn State are going to run the ball a lot. Notre Dame and Penn State. Here's a same-game parlay. This is a great odds boost that Bet365 has, and they're not paying us to say this, but I put it in. It was minus 130, but it's plus 150 now in the boost. Tyler Warren over 50 receiving yards. Riley Leonard over 30 rush yards. And you're getting big value here. Tyler Warren's receiving yard prop is 66.5, so you're getting 17 yards off there. And Riley Leonard's rushing yard prop is 49.5. So you're getting 19 yards off there. So 30 or more rush yards, Tyler Warren, 50 or more receiving yards, plus 150, same game parlay. And this one we posted online. We went big with, we would put 850 to win an even 500. You get 1350 back. Highest scoring semifinal game. So will there be more points in this game tonight, or will there be more points in the Ohio State-Texas game tomorrow? We had to lay 70 cents to do it. Let me see what it is now. If they took it off the board. Let's see if I can find it still. So, yeah, we laid minus 170, but if I lose, I lose. Like I said, I put 850 on it to get 1350 back. I don't believe Ohio State and Texas is going to turn into a track meet tomorrow night, guys. This game will not turn into a track meet. So there's our plays, and of course the long field goal. And we get Cam's picks right now. I'm probably going to put another one or two in, and including we've got to play the first touchdown score of the game tonight, which I think is going to be a random one, to be honest. Like, you look at first touchdown score here tonight. All right. Do they have no touchdown? Imagine that, Cassius. No touchdown score, Ken.
Like our NFL games. Seahawks, Bears, 49ers, Rams. No touchdown.
No touchdown score is 100-1.
You know what? That's a great number with these two teams. But I think there will be a touchdown. But
it's a hard bet to make before the game. It's easy to say. We should have.
I know. Yeah. I'm actually thinking about it.
It's 100-1. Look at the bottom of the touchdown per player props. You'll see right at the bottom. No touchdown score, 100-1.
I may have to put $20 on that one, Morency. It's $2,000. I'm sweating out some golf in Hawaii. I got the first round leader. The problem is, Gabe, I got 5 more guys on top. So, they're going to slice that baby up into 5 different pieces there. Don't need that. My picks, anytime touchdowns, Tyler Warren, couldn't agree with you more. Minus 125, I think is a great price for that. Jadarian Price is my shot at plus 175. I think we're going to get to that one. Notre Dame, I'm with you, but I like the under more in the game. But I did 2 teasers. Notre Dame plus 8, under 52.5. Penn State plus 6, under 52.5. And a 4-game, 13-point banger. Notre Dame plus 14. Penn State plus 12. Ohio State plus 7. Texas plus 19. That's what I got. Not as many as you, but a few.
All right, let's rock. Countdown to kickoff is on. Notre Dame are running onto the field. Right now, we're kicking off in about 5 minutes. We're going to go to a break, and I think it's going to work out perfectly. We're going to get back from the break, and the game's going to kick off. I think it's 7:45 to be exact. They had a countdown clock on, but they took it down right now. But the Notre Dame Fighting Irish take the field right now, and they went real simple. They went real simple tonight with their uniform. They went old school. They're wearing the traditional Notre Dame white jerseys, gold pants, gold helmet, nothing fancy, nothing modern, nothing alternate. The players vote on it. Marcus Freeman was talking about it. It was funny. I saw Freeman last week, Cam, the coach of Notre Dame, and they asked him, what uniforms are you guys going to wear this week? And he goes, I don't know. He said, I don't know. He goes, I don't know. He goes, the team decides. He goes, we have 4 team captains, and they decide what jerseys we wear. I don't know. He goes, I'll find out when they tell me. So I'm just stating right now, they're wearing this. It was a conscious decision. I guess the captain said, you know what? Let's go traditional tonight. We're playing Penn State. Let's go traditional. This is like, this uniform matchup, guys, tonight, this would be the same thing in 1965 as it is right now.
Exactly. No logo.
They didn't change anything. Logo. Like, it's basically, Notre Dame put their names on the back of their jerseys, but I don't think they did tonight. I think it's only with their alternate jersey they put their name on the back. I could be wrong, but I didn't see any names on the back. Normally, Notre Dame and Penn State, no names. We play for the name on the front of the jersey, not the back.
You're listening to the trusted source for gaming, odds, and more. There's a lot of words to just say the winning edge. Keep it here. Take the wins. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1977, Super Bowl 11 at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. The Oakland Raiders beat the Minnesota Vikings 32-14. Wide receiver Fred Biletnikoff is named the game's MVP, and Oakland rushed for 266 yards. For the Vikings, it's their 4th Super Bowl loss.
and third time in 4 years they lost the big game.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Moritzi on SportsRage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Carver and Lisi.
Hey, you and Matthias have it all figured out. You're all giggles. Hey, Matthias, it's me and you. Lisi's not here every week. It's me and you, Matthias. Whatever you say.
You haven't been around.
We'll bet Penn State. Yeah. All giggles.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network. Are you a SportsGrid listener? Test yourself. Have you ever washed a dish and thrown it into a cabinet trying to stack it? If you answered, how do you wash a dish? Congratulations.
You're our kind of listener.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Let's roll. This is SportsRage. I am Gabriel Morency. The picks, the players, the hustlers, the people that bust them. Everybody else in between. We're now moments away from kickoff. I just put in last play in, and I'm up to, I don't really have that many. Sounds like a lot, but I've got 13 bets on this game right now. So we're up to 13. I almost feel like I'm missing. I don't know. I have that feeling that I'm like, am I forgetting something? I'm going to not play something, but I just put another one even here. Buffalo Bills -1.5, Notre Dame +8. And this is the one, Riley Leonard to score the first touchdown of the game, +600. Thing with these college football first touchdown scores of the game, they are kind of random. Could be a punt return, be a random kid and stuff. It's not like the NFL, right? Like there's random this stuff. The first touchdown score. It's not automatically going to be the star player of each team. So you have to sort of think outside the box a little bit. But it wouldn't surprise me if they get in. Listen, if Notre Dame get inside the 5-yard line or so, Riley Leonard's going to run it in, right? Like if Jeremiah Love's going to score, it's like the NFL we talk about, like sort of like with Gibbs on the lines. If Gibbs is going to score, he's got to pop it from like the 15 or 18 or something. Otherwise, they're going to give it to Montgomery. Now Montgomery's out, but you know what I mean. There's a method to the madness. Jeremiah Love is good at sort of popping in these longer touchdown runs. Like he can run it in from the 12 or something, get it in there. But once he gets inside the 5 or 4 or so, Riley Leonard, we talked about it. Like he's extremely elusive for a non-athletic looking goofy white dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like you figure, how the hell does this guy rush for as many yards as he does? He's not really fast. He's not that athletic. How does he do it? Like I said last night, high football IQ. Just, he's one of those coach's son type kids. He just sort of knows, like, all right, let me turn left here and go right. He'd be a good NASCAR driver, I think. He's got a good sort of field of vision of what's going on out there. And I said too, Cam, with Leonard too, it's uncanny. It's frustrating because I bet against Notre Dame a couple of times, and this son of a bitch, he's got the patented, he dives forward head first, and he always picks up like an extra 3 yards because of it. Like he knows he doesn't slide, he dives. So he always dives, and then boom, he lands, and he gets another couple of yards. They sort of add up. So Notre Dame kicked off to start the football game, so they're going to get the ball to start the second half. Penn State get the ball to start the football game, but I'm intrigued to see how this is going to play out as far as the Tyler Warren matchup situation. Notre Dame have really, really, really good cornerbacks. Notre Dame play a ton of man-to-man coverage. right? So it's going to allow them to jam Warren with their safeties. And these safeties are like elite. And there's a big play for Penn State. Wow. Penn State just picked up like about 20 yards on a little screen play. Notre Dame, that's the one thing with Notre Dame. That was a great, brilliant play call. I like to see teams do more of that. Notre Dame's pass rush is so good, and they get to you so fast. And you just saw it. It was like, holy crap. Like they just blew through the Penn State line, but wisely done. Just dump it off over their heads, and everybody's already over pursued, and the running back just took off for like 15, 20. That was a nice play by Penn State, and they're moving the ball right now, Cam. This is a nice first couple of plays for the Penn State Nittany Lion offense.
Yeah, hopefully Notre Dame could just stop them before they get into scoring range. But you're right. That's the one thing Penn State will do. They'll use Notre Dame's aggressive pursuit against them. And you're absolutely right. That's the best play call. When these guys come in and attack, you give counter plays and you use their aggressiveness against them. But hopefully they could hold Morency. I have a feeling like that's the thing. They look like they're tightening down. What do we got? A 3rd and 9 here. And hopefully we can stop them and keep that clock ticking for our under.
That's close to interference, but not. Aller just sort of overthrew somebody. There was a collision, but nice non-call. It'll be interesting to see. I think the refs will let them play tonight. College football, you get away with a lot more in the NFL to begin with.
I like it.
Like that's interference. Like, you know what I mean? Like if that's the NFL right now, the wide receiver's getting up, like really freaking out. The Penn State wide receiver was going for the ball. The Notre Dame dude just sort of drilled him. And, it was bang, bang. So, like I said, good non-call. Like the refs, that's sort of like plays like that. They're letting both teams know. It's like, oh, okay. You let me hit them a little bit early there. I got away with it. So now, you know what I mean? Someone else will take that next step and they'll see how far this can go. Now Penn State has got a penalty. So they're going backwards here right now. They got a 3rd and 14 situation coming up from midfield. In-game total sitting at 44.5. So it really hasn't moved all that much. And I'm thinking about jumping in on the under again. Like I almost, if Penn State score here, Cam, the number's going to bounce up. And I'll take the under. I don't think this will open up, even if they have success. Now Penn State just put Ty Warren in the Wildcat, but they moved him out at the last minute. This is going to be, like I said all week, guys, this game is just going to be a fascinating chess match of coaching. And like, seriously, like these two teams, if you exchange jerseys of these two teams, you would not be able to tell who's who. Like they are that the same. They are like the exact same. They're basically the same freaking team, right? They both, you know what I mean? They both don't have a great passing attack. They both win on defense. They both have like awesome secondary. They both give up like 13 points a game. Like they're dead. They're as evenly matched as you can possibly be. I would say that Penn State have kind of better players overall. They've got more NFL studs than Notre Dame do. But so to me, it's just going to be what coaching staff comes up with the right tweak. Which coaching staff, and we'll see what Notre Dame does getting the ball here. And I said this last night, Cam, and earlier. If I'm Notre Dame here, I would catch Penn State off guard. I would open it up, and I'd be super aggressive throwing the football. There's all the talk of, Riley Leonard, they don't throw the ball, blah, 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 blah. Let's not get carried away and pretend that they're like Army or something. They can throw the ball. Like they're not, you know what I mean? They're not going to complete 22 passes in a game, but I would test Penn State early. There's no way in hell the Penn State, there's no way Penn State are thinking, oh yeah, these guys are going to open up and throw a couple of bombs on us. I would go deep early if I was Notre Dame. Let's roll, SportsRage game day.
Ball is coming. Don't look like an idiot at work. Know your stuff. Football and everything else. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
For anyone who's worried about back taxes, has not filed tax returns, and doesn't know what to do next, stop and listen. Not filing your taxes can have severe consequences, especially in this political climate. Now that COVID is over, the IRS is getting aggressive, massively increasing enforcement and collection efforts, with politicians making all sorts of promises, especially when it comes to taxes. Hiding and not dealing with your taxes will cause you harsh legal and financial ramifications. But right now, the IRS offers forgiveness and writes off a massive amount of tax debt. The Tax Doctor offers a free service that helps people get out of IRS collections and back in good standing with the government. Don't hide or bury your head in the sand. Take advantage of our free service. Call now to learn more. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. That's 800-816-4492.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Be the master of your domain. Get the SportsGrid mobile app so now you can get the winning edge while your wife is in a dressing room trying on stuff while you wait patiently on the uncomfortable chair. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
SportsRage Game Day. I am Gabriel Morency. We're rolling along here, SiriusXM channel 159. SportsGrid on demand on YouTube. We've got a chat open up tonight. A lot of our rageaholics aren't used to this time, right? I mean, we're not normally on at 7:24. We have been in the past, but it's a weird start time. Yeah, we're on at 7:24 Eastern tonight. We're normally on at 10 o'clock. Tomorrow night it'll be the same thing. We're going to be on at 7:24 Eastern tomorrow night as well. We wish our boy Matthias, we're hoping for the best right now. He's okay as we speak, but he was scheduled to do the show, so shout out to Chris for stepping up and in on late notice. Matthias, of course, is in the fire zone right now, and his phone is blowing up over the last hour or so with the emergency text messages and alerts to evacuate. So his area is now under an evacuation. He's resisting it early, stating, well, let me see what happens. And I just saw a story about how the LA Fire Department are getting tired of saving people that refuse to evacuate in the first place, right? Because all the people, if they have to go and try to save someone right now, it means you didn't evacuate, right? And then you're just putting their lives in danger when it's you know what? You could have just split a couple hours ago. But so Matthias is holding strong right now. He's monitoring the situation. It's scary stuff, though. It seemed like it died down a little bit today. But the thing is, the winds are about to pick up again tonight. The Santa Ana winds are going to pick up again tonight. And it's going to start a whole new wave. Oh, my goodness. Well, I think I've already lost one prop on the game. Boom, that was fast. Good news, bad news. I look smart because I told you guys, if I'm Notre Dame, I come out throwing the football. What have they done? They've thrown the football. First play of the game, they threw the football. Then they ran. Now they just threw the ball deeper down the field. I'm telling you, man, Penn State, I'm actually surprised that Penn State didn't think of this, that if I'm so stupid and I knew this.
Exactly. You're going to do the opposite. I'm with you.
I'm thinking, guys, if I'm Notre Dame, I'm just thinking if you're Penn State, to be guys, don't be so sure they're just going to run the ball on the first drive here, guys. They might try to catch us off guard. And Notre Dame, like I said, they haven't thrown bombs, but Notre Dame can't just win this game by running the ball all game. They can, but it'll be, you know what I mean? It's going to be 6-3 or something, and we really will regret not betting the no touchdown score prop. They're going to need to run the ball successfully, and you can't run the ball if you can't throw the ball. In the modern NFL, it's like the reverse now. It's like if we can't run the ball at all, our quarterback and our passing attack isn't good enough to throw the football. Like to successfully win this football game by throwing the football. So how do you, and a lot of coaches are dumb and they don't get it. Like they think, well, my quarterback isn't great, so let me run on first down and second down. It's like, no, now you're putting your quarterback in this 3rd and 8 situation when the other team knows he needs to throw and he's not very good to begin with. You need to throw on the first down and second downs, set up the 3rd and shorts, put it in the other team's head that, you know what, we will throw the ball. We're not just running the ball, and mix it up a little bit. But they just forced them into a 3rd and 8 situation, as I just talked about, and now they're going to have to throw the football, and we'll see how it turns out. Not well, incomplete. Not well.
A good start for the under. Keep that, no points. Keep
you
that
saw
clock.
the last play, too. He tried to throw and got batted down at the line of scrimmage. Like he's not terrible, Cam, but they don't have a fluent passing attack this team.
You are correct. Yeah.
So that's why they got to stay ahead of the sticks. And as I was saying, stay the F out of 3rd and 8 situations, guys, because this is what happens. You honestly would have been better off running the ball on 3rd and 8 there.
I agree with you. That's the whole thing about Leonard. He can make a couple throws, but Gabe, his strength is just, you said, brains and running the ball. But Notre Dame's going to have to come up with something because eventually one team's going to squeak through. But a very good start so far with a couple punts. We thought it was going to be a rock fight early. And, look at the live total. What is it down to? 39.5 from 45.5. So we'll see.
They've got them pinned. Guns Picks is going to join us on the other side. Guns Picks, of course, a hardcore Notre Dame Fighting Irish fan. And I said this. I don't want to burst his bubble, so I'll say it now. But I said this earlier. The winner of tomorrow's game is going to win the championship. Like if Texas beat Ohio State, they're not losing in the championship game to either one of these teams, I don't think. Maybe Notre Dame would have a shot, but we'll see how this plays out. And we'll hit that Texas game a little bit later on. Guns Picks next. Bring it.
Comes with many benefits, but nothing as thrilling as that deposit notification. Nothing like it. Listen and see what we mean. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsRage tonight.
I don't want to be the guy that says what I saw last, but how the hell do you bet on Sam Darnold going to Los Angeles? I mean, this ghost. This guy lives in a haunted house. He saw some ghosts last night, bro. The Vikings like to blitz the crap out of you. Yeah, good luck blitzing Matt Stafford, because he's never seen a blitz before, right? And they can't change their system. It is what it is.
It's Sports Rage Tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circa Sports Million, Circa Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With 2 former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
No way football is play it in the fall and winter? Because the hits don't hurt as much when you're numb. Get the lowdown on all the sports action coming up right here. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags!
Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency.
Rage all you want.
Let's roll. This is Sports Rage Game Day. I am Gabriel Morency, a special edition of the program. Stepping up and in early tonight. We'll be on at 7:24 Eastern Time tomorrow night as well. Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid on demand on YouTube as our chat begins to fill up. As I stated, people I don't think are used to us. They're like, what, you're on now? People are kind of slow. We've told you a million times. We tweeted it out earlier in the day. But it is what it is. All right. Also what it is, we have our first big moment in this football game. We've had 2 punts in the game. Notre Dame just pinned Penn State on the 2-yard line. We'll see if they're able to force a punt or if Penn State can get out of this jam that they're in. Because, this is going to be a battle of field position, man. There's really, really, really very little separation and difference between these two football teams. So let's bring in Guns picks right now. And Guns, I said it earlier, you could switch uniforms of these teams and you really wouldn't be able to tell. The similarities, their style of play, their stats, just everything. They're mirror images of each other. So to me, it comes down to coaching, field position, little turnover, a trick play here and there. Penn State did just rush it up and pick up the first down, so that was pretty big because that would have been big for your Irish to get a stop there, but they get the first down.
Yeah, I kind of predicted this as being, it's like the Spider-Man meme when you look at these two teams. Yeah. They are virtually identical to one another. So I think from an offensive standpoint, it's going to be which offense is going to kind of get out there first. And I like the under in this game. I took it at 45.5, and I think it's going to be a rock fight. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a one-possession type game. I just didn't know what side it's going to be on. Very late movement on the line there. When you saw him at ND was -1.5, and then by game time they were +1.5. Not sure if it was syndicates or whatever, but I'm just hoping my guys win this game. I'm a little bit nervous, so we'll see what happens.
I think it was the Jeremiah Love stuff. I think people saw him in the knee brace, and there was a little bit of a late push there, I think, with that. But I waited it out. I'm on Notre Dame here. I waited it out, and I was glad to see because the spot that I bet at the most, it didn't move. I saw Stanford Steve talking about, it's 1.5 now, and I'm thinking, well, I don't bet at ESPN Bet, so it doesn't help me. I was like, yeah. And it wasn't moving anywhere else. I was like, I don't know what the hell this guy's talking about. And then finally I saw other books started to pop it up. I waited right before kickoff. I got a Notre Dame +1, which really turned into nice teaser opportunities too. So I'm on Notre Dame. I'm on the under, and I also teased Notre Dame at +8 under 52.5.
Yeah, it feels like every time I'm on the wrong side of these college football lines, it's been that way all season. It's usually been successful for me. So I'm not worried about the movement at all. I just looked at the line functionality of this game compared to the total, and it just matched up perfectly with what Notre Dame does. I don't care about the injuries with Jeremiah Love. They have Jadarian Price, who's a running back that ran for 7 yards per carry. They have a freshman in Williams that nobody knows about. That's going to be the future, big running back for Notre Dame. I think people just don't know enough about that team. I've watched every single down of Notre Dame. I've watched every play. I've watched virtually every player in this game, so I have a kind of a good expertise of that team, and I just didn't see how Penn State could compete in this game. So I love Notre Dame regardless of where the line movement went.
I think a couple of things with the line move too, and I tell people this all the time. I'm going to throw it out here now for everybody as well. For line moves, college football's number one, it's different now.
Yes.
Sports betting is legal in all these states now. It never was before. So you can't really judge by line moving. You got people betting in 35 different states at once, right? It's not like before. It'd be like, oh, man, the Vegas number got crushed or whatnot. But, people need to understand, Guns, that are tuning in here. Like NFL is a good example. People see late line move, even tonight, late line moves. And I heard them say that, professionals in this. Pro bettors already have their bets in.
Correct.
You know what I mean? If you're NFL football guys, if you see a line move on Sunday morning, don't think that, oh my God, it's because of this or that.
Right.
No, if you want to learn about line moves for real, look at the initial line move on Sunday night at 6 o'clock at night, guys, and then check back in at 8 o'clock and see which way it went. And I'll tell you what, they're not moving those numbers because people are betting $25 and $50 same game parlay bets. Those are the people that are coming in a week before that, because I'm not calling anyone out. I live day by day, but you know what I mean, guys? The pros have the bankroll. They're coming in. Yeah, I'm putting 25K. That's a bad number. It's going to move 2 points. Boom. They get it in. Those are the numbers you respect, guys, early in the week. By the time anybody that says now, the number move, that's like shopping on Christmas Eve for gifts and thinking you're getting a deal. It's like, no, man. It's like, no, the kickoff's in 10 minutes. There ain't no deals. No, the book is laughing at everybody. And all these talk shows talking about sharp money and stuff, right? They're getting a big kick out of it. It's the initial line move, man. This ain't so much for you, Guns, but for people tuning in. I can't stress that enough. Look at the initial line moves. College is different. This is such a public game. But NFL football, NBA basketball, Major League Baseball, look at the overnight line, guys, and then compare that, and you'll tell which way the money really went.
You said it perfectly, Gabe. I think there's 2 buys. So there's the very early buy when the line comes out, and then there's the syndicates that come in late, and they're basically
back on the other
they're
side.
They're buying it back. Exactly what they're doing is all they're doing is they didn't look at the statistics, they didn't look at the gameplay, they didn't look at the defense versus the offense. They're buying numbers. So a lot of that stuff it's like stock prices. You see the stock go up. They're going to sell it. It drops. They're going to buy it. That's kind of what the line movement is. It's the same thing. It's really the same thing. But if you've done your research and you've done your studying, especially with college football, if you know everything about college football, you should just buy your lines as soon as they come out on Sunday. And this is one of those situations that you saw some late movement, probably some big money hitting the other side, but they're just buying the value on a certain team at I think Penn State was at +2.5 at one point, ticked down to +1.5. And then you saw a huge buy and the uptick when they saw I would assume that Jeremiah Love was in a knee brace and they got panicky and bought the other side.
And there really is something to it. Like I said, every game is different. There's always different stuff. These are standalone games as well. That's another thing too. So you can't really it's sort of like line movement in the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Whatever, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's so much volume coming in. It's coming from all sides. And with college football, you're seeing the same thing. Exactly. Yep.
So this game is just ticking away right now. Somebody's going to have to make a play. I said this before the game started, that I thought that Notre Dame should try to throw the football on 1st and 2nd downs a little bit to try to stay away from these 3rd and 8 and situations where Penn State know they're going to throw the football. We saw it didn't end well on the previous drive. A pass got batted down. Then the 3rd down was incomplete. I'd like to see them be a little bit more aggressive on 1st down play calling, Notre Dame. I think they're going to have to. It's just not to be so predictable. Like we said, there's nothing to give between these teams. You're going to have to think outside the box a bit at some point.
I thought it was great that they got Evans out there in the open on a one-on-one, and then they hit him on that one-on-one, get that big play early. And then the pass on that 3rd down and long when they missed that open screen pass to Evans on the previous play and try to get the phase on. I thought that was a good throw by Leonard. So from a precision standpoint, I think Leonard's making the right throws in the right time. You just got to have the receivers make the catches. And I think, as this game progresses, you're probably going to see it a little bit more, less on the run, more on the pass. And if they are able to get big pass plays from the Notre Dame offense, you're going to start to see that running game start to open up and holes starting to open up because Penn State has to respect the passing game that Riley Leonard's putting on the table.
Well, one thing that they also do have in common is neither team's wide receivers are causing DC's nightmares.
No.
Right? There's just not separation. It's been a
problem.
They're
not Ohio State.
No, Tyler Warren's the only one big play capability guy that's throwing the football to point blank. Can't even name the wide receivers on the
Don't sleep on Evans. Evans is a good dude, too.
He's okay. Yeah. Oh. Dear God.
Oh.
I'll let you soak that in.
Yeah.
Riley Leonard just threw it over the middle of the field. It was intercepted, but it wasn't returned, so whatever. It's like a
let the defense do the work.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting cooler. Football weather is here. Stay tuned for all the latest odds, strategies, and info. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Carver and Lisi.
All right, hotshot. You want to talk smack with your partner? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Look up and look at me. You're saying that I'm not into it? I laid this 7.5 with Illinois. Now what are you going to say? At least my money's where my mouth is. You want to talk all this garbage? Penn State sucks in hoops. I look at numbers, old school, gut. A little pinch between your cheek and gum.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Know someone with a drinking or drug problem? Learn how to get sober after we share these stories.
I was 35 with 2 beautiful children when my life and addiction started to spiral out of control. After my divorce, I went into a depression cycle and started drinking more often and using prescription drugs. After my second DWI and arrest, my ex-husband threatened to take our children away from me.
I was 17 when I became addicted to heroin and meth. I thought I could quit on my own, but I couldn't. It hit me when I was arrested.
Get sober now. Your private insurance may cover costs and we'll get you here. It's simple. Just call Elite Rehab Placement right now. Please, don't wait. Your life matters to us. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. Call right now before it's too late. That's 800-959-6348.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. You're listening
to The Source.
Sports gaming strategies and information on daily sporting events.
In other words,
it's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
Keep it here.
For gaming, odds, and more. Get the winning edge 24/7. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
SportsRage Game Day, Sirius XM, channel 159. I am Gabriel Morency. SportsGrid on demand on YouTube. National championship game awaits January 20. And we've got a scoreless game. Riley Leonard just, the pass kind of sailed on him. He tried to throw it down the field. The receiver wasn't open. And as I was saying, we're going to the break, and Guns Picks in the house with us, and he's a Notre Dame guy. Here's the replay coming up here right now. The separation's just not there, right? Like, it's not like, this isn't a case where it's like, oh, to Riley Leonard, like, oh, man, you know what I mean? He was briefly open. He would have had to throw a bullet, but it was like sort of an NFL caliber pass play. That one was on Leonard more than receiver, but that was kind of a tough throw in a sense, right? He sort of had to throw it over one Penn State guy and drop it. There was another, the receiver was in between 2 Penn State guys, but he was briefly open for a couple of steps there. Ball got away from him, Gun. Simple as that. Now the defense is going to have to step up.
Yeah, he tried to make a big play there where he had the check down with Evans that was coming right across. And that guy, he was wide open for a first down or maybe even more. It's like you just got to settle in. And if you see the safety and you see the corner, like start stepping back, you realize that everything in the middle of the field is open. That's kind of like QB progression. I think he probably hurried that throw a little bit, got a little bit panicky and made a bad throw.
And now they finally get Tyler Ward involved, and he turns a little dump-off pass into about a 14-yard gain. One thing with him, Guns, I brought up for the show, it's deceptive. Like Penn State's uniforms, it's hard to tell how big or small people are. It really is.
That's true.
No, it's true. Like, you know what I mean? Like, when they're wearing all white, they're wearing black. Like, black shoes make you look shorter, guys. So they're wearing black shoes. The blue, you can sort of tell. Like, the white, you can't really tell. So where I'm going with this is, Warren doesn't like run around like a 6'5" dude, does he? Like 260 pounds, but he is, bro. And he's got soft hands too.
Yeah, I'm surprised you told me. I did not know he was 6'5". Yeah. I'm gonna look at him on the field. He looks 6'1", 6'2". He doesn't look like a big back.
Let me look it up just so you don't think I'm crazy here. Because I said the same thing. The first time I was watching this guy, a couple of times I was watching him. I said, man, he's like Gronkowski, except not as big. Then I clue in. I'm like, he's 6'6", 257.
Oh, my God.
How much bigger can he get? Like, you can't tell, though, can you guys? I swear to God, look at this.
No, you can't.
Does he look 6'6", 257 in this uniform? He doesn't.
He reminds me of, I can't think of the tight end's name. He used to play with Peyton Manning at the Colts. It's starting to escape me now, but like he played in the early 2000s. You know what I'm talking about? Looks just like him. That's the guy that I was thinking of when I saw him.
Who the hell was that white tight end? I'm going crazy.
I'm trying to think it now. Dallas. There we go. Dallas Clark, right?
Dallas Clark.
Yeah.
Is it Dallas Clark, huh?
Yeah, he looks exactly like Dallas Clark. Plays like him, too. I think there's a bright future for him in the NFL. It's going to be fun to watch.
It's just baffling to me. I'm like, holy crap, this kid's 6'6". I'm like, wow, no wonder. All right, here's a big play. They're going for it on a 4th and 2.
Yeah, they're trying to draw him off. Are they actually going? Oh, they're going.
Yeah, and they pick it up.
Yeah,
they crank it to the outside with Allen. So there's sort of the first, we're waiting for the first sort of turning points. I thought, Penn State getting out of their own sort of shadows of their end zone was a big one. And then you got the interception, obviously. And now this is sort of, big-time turning point. Guns, we went over the touchdown score props for the game. And, I always like to sprinkle on the first touchdown score. But college is so random. NFL, is more, there's only a couple of dudes that are going to do it in the NFL. College is so random. Oh, God, he fumbled it, but he got it back. It was 100 to 1, Guns. 100 to 1 that there'd be no touchdown scored in this game. That's what the odds were. Just for the record. Happened twice in the NFL in the last couple of weeks.
That's true. I don't know if this is gonna happen in this game per se, but I mean, if you just sprinkle a little bit of what they call pizza money, maybe even coffee money on that one, that would be a fun bet to kind of chase on this one, especially in the fourth quarter, and it's like 6-3. That'd be a fun one to kind of sweat out.
I'm liking my play so far. I don't want to mush it, but I bet highest scoring and lowest scoring, like the playoff game. It was -170, but I mean, how the hell could I turn that down? And they have the same prop up. Well, that was a nice little play. So Penn State pick up the first down. Yeah, that was a nice catch. They pick up the first down. They're on about the 15-yard line right now. So they're moving the sticks and they're in field goal range. Suddenly, in-game total is 38.5, and Penn State have bounced up to 4.5, Guns. This is one thing, and I'm already all in on your Irish, bro, but if Penn State score here, it's going to be hard not to want to take the Irish plus the big points they're offering. It's already 4.5, and they're not even in the end zone yet.
Yeah, if you can get anything above a possession, I think that's a good live bet to be taken on this one. I like I said, if this game is going to be one side or the other, who's going to have the lead? When it's down to the wire, this could be a 7-point game. This could be a 3-point game. This is where I envision this game going. I don't see this team winning by more than one possession on this one. So if you get anything above a 7, that's a gift. I would probably lean if it ever gets to that point. I don't know if it will.
I bet the long field goal prop. NFL, I love the long field goal prop bets. I bet the long field goal prop. And in the NFL, Guns, it's normally like 47.5, 48.5. It's actually been 50.5 in a couple of games late in the season. Tonight in this game, 40.5. College football. Gotta love it.
Wow. And Jeter's been kicking the ball real well for Notre Dame. So, I mean, yeah, so 45 plus, that guy can hit it. And everybody says, like, oh, Notre Dame's kicker was so bad. I was like, the guy had a groin injury for probably 8 games. I saw it. So, like, he really struggled, but now he's at full health. And you saw it last week versus Georgia. Kind of got on the win in that game, hitting his field goals. I think he hit 3 in that game, all 40 plus. So, yeah, I think that's a good bet to take on the over.
People, oh my goodness. What's
the pick?
Oh, what's the flag? What's the flag? There's a flag. What's the flag? Aller just threw an interception in the back of the end zone, just sort of lobbed it up. What's the flag on the play? I think it's on Notre Dame because the sellers. I don't know. What's Franklin?
No, I don't know. The reaction from.
Yeah, I can't tell with Franklin. Franklin looks mad. Oh, holding Notre Dame.
Oh, they called it on Notre Dame. Oh, God, here we go.
Oh, it was interception in the end zone. This better be the real call, guys.
Oh, here we go.
Confused? Lost in an ocean of data?
Relax, dude. We got you.
Seriously, the home of the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Sports Rage tonight.
I don't want to be the guy that says what I saw last, but how the hell do you bet on Sam Darnold going to Los Angeles? I mean, this ghost. This guy lives in a haunted house. He saw some ghosts last night, bro. The Vikings like to blitz the crap out of you. Yeah, good luck blitzing Matt Stafford, because he's never seen a blitz before, right? And they can't change their system. It is what it is.
It's Sports Rage tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1977, Super Bowl 11 at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. The Oakland Raiders beat the Minnesota Vikings 32-14. Wide receiver Fred Biletnikoff is named the game's MVP, and Oakland rushed for 266 yards. For the Vikings, it's their fourth Super Bowl loss, and third time in 4 years they lost the big game.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Moneyline at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. We take one thing very seriously: trust. When we say you can depend on us to be your source for gaming, the latest odds, and more.
We're not just whistling Dixie.
So stay tuned. We won't let you down. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Sports Rage Game Day, SiriusXM Channel 159, SportsGrid on demand on YouTube this evening. We'll be same format tomorrow night, guys, 7:24. So we come on, give you our bets before kickoff and all that. We'll be on during the Ohio State-Texas game. Guns Picks in the house with us right now just for a couple of more moments. Shout out to our boy King Ganja in Dallas, Texas. Ripper in the house, Mike Parsons in Boston. What's up, Craig? Ryan C. Nick Papagiorgio in Chicago. Like I said, the chat is starting to fill up here tonight. All right, Guns. So tomorrow, we've got Texas and Ohio State. The number really hasn't moved all that much. It came down to 5.5 in some spots, but it's pretty much just been 6 and 53 strong. I like the over this game tomorrow, and I already put the bet in that it'd be a higher scoring game tomorrow than it would be tonight at minus 170. But I played the under tonight. I do like the over 53 tomorrow, and I'm in the minority in believing that Texas can play with Ohio State. I think that the Texas Longhorns secondary, their defense is a hell of a lot better than the Ducks' defense is, number one. Number two, they're not going to be ambushed and sort of nervous and stuff. And/or, I don't know, flat because of the bye, the prolonged layoff. Texas have been playing every week, right? So they're not cold. Texas's offense, to me, isn't getting enough credit either. They hung 39 on Arizona State. They hung 38 on Clemson. It seems to me whatever Texas do, people kind of criticize them. Sort of like your Notre Dame in a way. Like, they've only lost to one team this year, Georgia. Like they lost to the Georgia Bulldogs twice. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, we lost to Georgia. We can't beat Georgia. Fine, we're not playing Georgia. They've been in big games. Like the Ducks always choke, bro, right? Like Texas were in the playoffs last year. Like Ewers has played in big games. And I remember earlier in the year when they were winning, like they beat Texas A&M. Oh, yeah, but they only scored 17 points and they didn't finish drives. Now they score 39. Wow, they didn't kill Arizona State. It's like people move the goalposts for Texas a lot, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, here's what I like about this game, and I look at the total, and I hate to say it, but I'm on the opposite side of this one, and it's more of the misconception of what people viewed in the previous game. And when you look at the two matchups on this one, Texas all year, they've only gone over the total 5 times. And if you break down those totals, 3 of those overs happened on their home field. Got to throw those out in the window. And then they faced Michigan on the road. And if you watch that game, Michigan scored a late touchdown to get to that over. And then, of course, the Arizona State game that did go over. It was 17-8 in the fourth quarter. And then all of a sudden, Arizona had this explosion of scoring, tie game, 2 missed field goals, and then all of a sudden, double overtime killed the under. I was on the under. I was depressed when that guy punked it off the goalpost and didn't get me that under. But I just think this is a good opportunity for looking at what these two teams did in the last week. You have an Ohio State that had an explosive offense, but that was that was a grudge match for Oregon. Then you look what happened against Tennessee, where they exploded again on the offensive side, but they needed to have their comeuppance after that bad loss versus Michigan. So I think there's a little bit of misconception of what this team wants to do in this game. And then you have Tennessee that just collapsed in the fourth quarter versus Arizona State last week, allowing 23 points, including overtime. So I think this is going to be a battle between two defenses that are top 5 in opposing scoring. And you're really going to see another defensive match here. I think they match up with the receivers well. Texas has a very good pass defense. Lo and behold of what happened last week. A lot of trick plays with Arizona State last week that got them those big passing plays. So I think we're looking at an under here in this game. So give me Ohio State, Texas under the total here at 53.5.
Guns Picks in the house with us. We got about a minute before the break. I'm really surprised that they settled for the field goal. And, I often sit here during NFL games when we're on live, and I say, man, just take the damn 3. Just take the damn 3.
Yeah.
But this is a scoreless game. Your defense, if you're Penn State, your defense is dominating. It's a scoreless game. And if you don't get it, Notre Dame are on their 3-yard line, right? And to me, I'm looking at this. If I was Franklin, I'd be like, man, 7 points is huge here, man. 7-0 will feel like we're up 20-0 almost the way this game is going. Right. I would have went for it. Like, I'm surprised they took the 3. From the 3-yard line, I think that was like too conservative in my opinion.
I think if I was Freeman, I'd be looking at that. I'm like, okay, Franklin's just going to concede on points here and not take touchdowns. Watch what I do. I'm in the goal line and I'm at the 2. I'm going for it. And I think that is going to be the difference. I compare Freeman to Dan Campbell. Same type of situational play. I will go for it on 4th down. You will not. And that's going to be the difference in this game.
We'll see if Notre Dame can respond with a touchdown. And then suddenly that field goal Penn State put up will feel like nothing for them. Thanks, guys.
Yep.
They say everybody is the hero of their own story.
We just help you actually get there.
Get the winning edge 7 days a week. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Are you retired like me and you just found out you owe the IRS a ton of money? Well, what would your life be like if they took your retirement savings away from you? They can do it and your property. If you owe the IRS back taxes or you haven't filed in a while, the Tax Relief Line is here to help you. They can stop the IRS from taking your retirement savings. If you qualify, you could have your tax bill reduced to 0. That's right. If you're retired and you owe the IRS a lot in back taxes, you could have your entire tax bill reduced to 0 due. The IRS has now hired thousands of new employees, so they're ready to come after you. Don't let them take your retirement savings or property. Make this free call now.
800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. That's 800-590-4933.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Fall is almost here. It's time to stow the lawnmower and get ready for all that glorious action coming your way. Stay tuned to SportsGrid for all the strategies, angles, and info you need to get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Let's roll. This is SportsRage Game Day. I am Gabriel Morency. So we have our first points put up on the board in this game, and suddenly that 100-1 doesn't seem so crazy as we're one quarter in without any touchdowns. You got to believe at some point there's going to be a touchdown, but I regret not putting it in right now. And I'm going to see now. We're going to have here we go, total touchdowns. Wow. I don't get it. We can get it in. How about this, guys? As Cam Stewart rejoins us, they have total touchdowns in this game right now. Over under 4.5 touchdowns scored. Under is minus 163.
Regret it too.
I don't see how there's five. I don't see where five touchdowns are coming from.
If there's 5 touchdowns, it's going to have to be like electric, like crazy plays. Pick sixes. Big flags that lead to points. That was a brutal ball by Aller there to Singleton. Like, you know what I mean? You need to catch it, but that was still like a really bad throw. Like the guy's wide open there. We got a little bit lucky, but we'll take it when we're on the under. But Leonard, Gabe, Penn State's very opportunistic. They got 7 turnovers compared to other teams. At the most 3. They've done it all playoff long. That's what they do. They capitalize on other teams' mistakes, but they might regret only kicking a field goal there.
Yeah, I agree. And in fact, I said on the air cam at the time that I would have oftentimes, and we've said the same thing. And hold on, I'm going to get this bet in actually though. One more. I've been stockpiling these. All right. So total touchdowns. Yeah. How the hell? I mean, this is going to move to 3.5 soon.
Big time.
But under 4.5 touchdowns. And I'm going to parlay this with the Buffalo Bills on the money line.
That other one's alive with San Jose plus 2.5. Put
minus
another one in.
104.
Yeah, that's all right. I like it.
Yeah, I'm up to. I hit. No, that was 2 nights ago. Yeah, I hit the San Jose one. Last night I hit another one. I took the Illinois to beat Penn State college basketball, the Pacers to beat the Bulls in the NBA, and the Bills on the money line.
Nice.
Like I'm doing them daily. So here's my daily one. Of course, though. I'm watching a game and everything started just sort of like getting stuck up and froze on me. So I had to restart everything. I got this back right now. But yeah, in an NFL game, Cam, it's different. Yeah, like the NFL and college is totally 2 different worlds. But if you're Penn State here, and I said this, I don't know if you remember, but I said it a couple of times, and this was a hard game to break down. They're so evenly matched. But if you remember, what did I say last night and 2 nights ago? I said, between these 2 coaches, I think Freeman will be the one that's willing to say, you know what, we're going to think outside the box. Let's run the trick play. Let's be a little bit more aggressive here than Franklin. And, okay, you got the 3 points, fine. Yet, man, I got to tell you, if you were Penn State, bro, you get 7-0 lead. That's almost like a 20-0 lead in this game, Cam, the way things are going. Like 7-0 really would have put pressure on Notre Dame. Would have been like, damn, man. If they score again and we're losing 14-0, we're going to lose the game. Like, it would have immediately put pressure on Notre Dame for real. And if you didn't get it, no, you got Notre Dame pinned on the 3-yard line and in a scoreless game. I thought it was too conservative by Franklin to take the 3. And we'll see, Cam, if Notre Dame go down the field now and score a touchdown, it'd be like, bro, how's your 3 points looking right now? We're losing 7-3. Even if you didn't get it, you would have had them pinned and your defense is dominating them. And it sends a message, too, to your rest of your players that, you know what I mean, Cam? Like, that's why the players love Dan Campbell. The players love the aggressive stuff. So everyone on Penn State's thinking, oh, great, we just settled for 3. Franklin didn't go for it, right? Like, he should have went for it. He should have been more aggressive. Play to win the game, not to lose the game.
I agree. You have to look at the situation, too. Points are at a premium in this type of game. You get a touchdown. It's exactly what you said. It's hard for these teams to score touchdowns. The defenses are good. Little concerning. Notre Dame lost another offensive lineman, and Penn State has been getting to Leonard, so let's hope their line holds up. They've been bullied a little bit early in this game, and, Leonard's running and stuff, but that's the thing, Gabe. We got to keep the sticks moving. I'm just a little bit concerned. Penn State is getting pressure on the quarterback. They got a really good defense, man. Like, you're right. Mirror images of each other. Notre Dame's got great defense. Penn State's got killers out there. Touchdown would have been huge for Penn State. They will live to regret that.
Riley Leonard, there was a bad interception. He just picked up the first down running the football. So that's what he's got to do. They got to stay ahead of schedule, this team. And don't just run the ball on first down, Notre Dame. You got to throw the ball on first down and then run the ball. Don't put Riley Leonard in must-pass situations. All right, there's a nice little run from Love. He got about 4 or 5 out of nothing, about 4 yards for number 4 out of nothing. So we just told you guys, we're going to get this bet in. We got it in under 4.5 touchdowns scored. What did I say? I said this thing's going to move to 3.5 any second, and it has. So now total touchdowns scored in this game, 3.5 touchdowns. Over minus 138, under 3.5 touchdowns is plus 100.
Kind of like 3.5 under plus 100 too. Asking for 4 touchdowns in this game could be too many, but I love your 4.5 more with juice. That's a good time to pay juice because it's a massive, the difference between 3 and 4 touchdowns in this game. And look at this defense, man. These guys are like ball hawks. They're all over Leonard. Like, it's dangerous, Gabe, but I just see that clock ticking all the time. You said it, like, a team gets a touchdown in this game, it's might as well, it's like scoring 14. Like 7's like 14-21. Exactly what you said. These defenses are elite. They got nothing. Notre Dame, too. Know what they have to do with Leonard on that first play? They seem to have, when the safeties are moving off, you got exactly what you said. Throw, and get these guys moving. They're anticipating your play calling. You got to be a little bit more aggressive. Back up their safeties and throw the ball a little bit more when you shouldn't. But now, you said it, 3 and 10, 3rd and 10. What are you going to do now? Penn State's just licking their chops on a 3rd and 10 with Leonard back there, right?
Yeah, they just dumped it off, and they're going to have to punt. They basically got nothing. I said, and that's the thing, Penn State, you're 3rd and 10. You just threw the ball back to the line of scrimmage. Like, so what are we doing here? Riley Leonard looks extremely rattled. He looks slower. Suddenly he can't run the ball as much. Like you saw, he's not really doing anything different. The only difference is Penn State just aren't these other teams, right? So Penn State are like, well, whatever, dude. You're gonna run. We're gonna close the lane on you. Riley Leonard does not look great in this game so far. And I said off the top too, Jennings from SMU. Everybody expected Jennings to be a turnover machine in that game, and he was in the cold weather. And then you got the Matson Maddox kid from Boise. It's quite frankly not that good. Right? He's just one of these. He's a gamer and whatever and competitor, and they handed off to Ashton Genty. He made a couple of plays with his legs, but he's not that good. So I sort of thought, all right, Penn State's defense is elite. I'm not disputing it, but they haven't played top tier quarterbacks, and they still haven't because Riley Leonard is showing now he's not. Like, Leonard is falling into the exact same trap that the other kid fell in Boise State last week. The kid on Boise State last week, the quarterback, he'd think that he could take off and run, and he'd get lit up after like a yard or something. Like, the hole would close immediately on him. And the kid on Boise State last week we saw, would think that people are open, and then he would sail the ball. It would get intercepted. What did Riley Leonard do? He thought he was open. He sailed the ball. It got intercepted. Riley Leonard's a problem for Notre Dame right now. I said that they should start the game off by throwing the football. They tried. Now, if I was Notre Dame, guys, I would go to pounding the rock here. 3 yards in a cloud of dust, man. Like, when you try to throw the football, negative things are happening. You're going backwards. Mm-hmm. Like, he's getting sacked. He's getting intercepted. They're going to have to change their game plan.
They will. They have no separation either. Like, as you look at Penn State, they're not afraid of anything that they're throwing at them. They got to try and end around. I agree. Pound the rock a little bit more. Maybe go for it. That's the whole thing, Gabe. Kind of make it like the old Army-Navy game. 4 downs, 3, 4th and 1. Go for it. Like, you know what I mean? That's what they have to do in this game until they get separation, and they're not.
Well, they're not going to get separation. That's the thing. Their wide receivers aren't very good. We knew that coming in. But you know why they need to run the ball? They got to keep their offense on the field. Like, they got to eat up some clock. Like, this, they're spending too much time on the sidelines right now. Penn State always had the football.
Forgotten.
This is it. Your open 24/7 headquarters of the plan and this sound. We call it the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts, in-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more, all in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime, on the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on SportsRage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1977, Super Bowl 11 at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. The Oakland Raiders beat the Minnesota Vikings 32-14. Wide receiver Fred Biletnikoff is named the game's MVP, and Oakland rushed for 266 yards. For the Vikings, it's their fourth Super Bowl loss, and third time in 4 years they lost the big game.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
You're listening to sports gaming strategies and information you can take to the bank.
But that's not enough.
You got to be smart about it.
Don't be a schmo.
Keep it here. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
So the Notre Dame Fighting Irish had Penn State. They had Penn State backed up. Aller missed an open player down the field. It probably would have been a touchdown, streaking down the sideline, actually. Aller missed on the quarterback play for both teams have been subpar. As Drew Aller, he's two for 2 completing screen passes, and he's 2 for 10 throwing the football down the field. Right, so we kind of knew this coming in, but Penn State, this is bad if you're Notre Dame. Penn State they just put Tyler Warren in the Wildcat, and he simply just ran forward for 16 yards, even though they knew it was coming. They couldn't stop him. Now he's trying to get cute here. They had him for a loss, and he still turns it into a 9-yard gain. This is unbelievable. Mm-hmm. And incredibly frustrating, too, because he's running. These aren't passing yard, receiving yard props. Unbelievable. Look at the last play. They just snapped it to him in the Wildcat. He literally just ran it right up the middle and ran a bunch of people over and picked up 15, 16 yards. They just ran him in the Wildcat again, and he was going to throw the football. So they had a trick play up their sleeve with Warren throwing the football. It wasn't there. They had him for a 5-10-yard loss, and he turns it into what? A 9-yard gain. Like I said earlier, for a guy that is 6'6" and 257 pounds, man, he can move. And Penn State are really starting to dial it up on the ground right now, and Notre Dame can't stop it. This is a problem if you're Notre Dame suddenly. Penn State are telling you what they're going to do, and you can't stop it.
Exactly.
You need to step up with a couple of stops here, big time. Penn State just let them off the hook by trying to throw the football, and nothing good happens when they try to throw the ball either, as Aller's got to run out of bounds. But Penn State, early lead. If this is like a boxing match, camp, we're nearly 6 minutes left. It's like a UFC fight. It's like Penn State are up 2 rounds to none right now.
For sure. Yeah, right.
They're starting. Penn State are starting to take a little bit of control of this football game.
They're winning the battles on the line. That's the problem.
Well,
like Notre Dame, the offensive line of Penn State is just like they're good. Like, you know what I mean? Notre Dame is in one of the situations, they're tight end too. You can run him in the damn Wildcat. The guy's an absolute animal. He's a killer. Just mowing over guys, rolling. Like, that's the whole thing, Gabe. Like, they're playing tough football. They're beating Notre Dame at their own game. Smash mouth. That's the thing.
Yeah, but you know what? Notre Dame, though, we knew, though, this is the Notre Dame weakness. They're like the Buffalo Bills. It's like these teams. Notre Dame's defense is built on speed. It's built on, they get to the quarterback fast. They're like edge rushers. It's not like some sort of, Notre Dame aren't really a smash mouth team. That's why they're good, actually. Like, they're not, you know what I mean? They're not just like that. Like, they're more speed-based. So how do you beat speed-based defensive lines? You run right through them. You run right at them. Like the Notre Dame's best defensive players, guys, are on the edges. Right? So go like, you know what I mean? But often teams in the modern NFL is the same thing. Like the Buffalo Bills defense is really good. If you want to throw the ball, they're going to get to you and they're going to cause havoc. If you just hand the ball off, run it right up the middle on them, they don't like it. And Notre Dame right now, also, they got to adjust. Like, there are a couple of runs here, guys, if you see, Cam. Dude, Notre Dame, like, they're leaving these gaping holes on the defensive line. Like, they rush three guys and stuff, like, even now. So they got three guys on the line, and they got sort of a rover on the corner here. They just went to a four-man line. That's smarter. Look, and it got blown up, Cam. Like, a couple of plays, man. Penn State caught them off guard or something. I don't know why Notre Dame didn't think they were going to run the ball up the middle on them, but, like, the holes and the gaps. Like, Notre Dame, I'm not a coach, but I got to tell you what, like, Notre Dame's gap coverage there was really bad on 2 or 3 plays. I don't think it was they were getting bullied or pushed around. I think it was just like, guys, like, you got to get in your lanes, man. Like, you know what I mean?
This is huge. 4th and 2. This is a huge. If Notre Dame can stop them here, this is huge. They get a first down, Morency. I'm scared. I think they might put in a touchdown here. This is a massive play. They got to find a way to buckle down.
It's strange that he'd go for it here, but he didn't go for it before. They easily pick up the first down by just dumping it off to Warren.
It's a beast.
Oh, boy, Penn State taking control. Taking control.
They are.
My big play is on this game staying under and tomorrow's game having more points. I got the unders in this game. But I need Notre Dame to stay within striking distance here of them. I've got Notre Dame on teasers and stuff. I don't, you know what I mean? I have no whatever. If Notre Dame lose, they lose. But as long as they cover on the teaser, I don't care.
I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I'm a little bit concerned. Like, this defense has been on the field a long time. They're really starting to feel like, look at these runs, Gabe, even like, falling forward an extra 3 yards. They're just boom, 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 boom. Like they're a battering ram right now. Penn State's it's like an old school street fight, and they're winning the battle right now.
This is what Northern Illinois. This is how Northern Illinois beat Notre Dame. They basically just ran the ball on every play, and picked up 6 here, 7 there, mixed in a play action pass here and there. Notre Dame's defense needs to man up. Now this will be harder for Penn State to score here, though. Now they're in a tight coverage. It's harder to use Warren in this spot. So look, now we're going to have a 3rd and goal coming up here. Like I said, you need to be a really good quarterback to be able to throw the football from the 5-yard line. Like, people think all the time, like casual fans will think, oh my God, they're on the 5. How easy is it to score? It's freaking harder to score. It's like when you get really close, unless you're going to run the ball and just try to push, like the Eagles, just go rugby style with the tush and the brotherly shove and just shove the pile. Your quarterback needs to be able to throw precision passes with accuracy and speed. It's really hard. And so they're going to have to run it, and they got it in running it. On 3rd down, they score finally.
Mm-hmm.
Touchdown! Nicholas Singleton with the touchdown for the Penn State Nittany Lions. So at least we cashed the anytime touchdown score prop with Singleton. We do not hit the first touchdown score of the game.
He would have got the first one, too, if Aller could throw. That's a big drive for Penn State.
And he did cross the line. It's close, but he's in. Singleton with the first touchdown of the game. 9-0. Nittany Lions, extra point pending. Irish on the ropes.
Get SportsGrid on the radio, TV, our mobile app, or the internet. In other words, if you can't hear us, you're the problem. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Do you use the expensive blue or yellow pills to charge your sex life? Are you thinking about it? What if we can promise you the same results for less than $3 a pill? If you're paying $20 a pill for the other pills, you're getting taken to the cleaners. Our pills deliver the exact same results for less than $3. You'll save more than $16 a pill for the same results. And right now, radio callers will get 44 blue or yellow pills for $120 with free discreet shipping. You can save more than $700 off pharmacy prices. Charge your sex life now and save a ton of money. Call now and get your 44 pills and save over $700 and qualify for free shipping. Stop overpaying and call right now.
Paid for by Steel Man Pills. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. That's 800-823-3851.
If you're going to win, you'll need to slave over stats, scores, lineups, averages, injury reports, game history, even the stupid weather to get a set of odds. Yeah, forget that.
Listen to us.
The home of the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
SportsRage Game Day. Special edition college football playoffs. Our boy Keith O'Neill's going to step up in a couple of minutes and join us from the odds breakers. So it's 10-0 Penn State right now. Notre Dame are now getting 9.5 points. The in-game total is 33.5. And we're so dialed in on talking about the under of this game, and I did bet under 4.5 touchdowns. But at some point, I'm not a big hedger. It's not about hedging, but it's about winning an in-game bet. If this thing dips, and you know, I mean, if Notre Dame don't score here and then they get a stop, they stop Penn State, suddenly this total is going to fall to like 27.5 or 25.5, something stupid and pretty light and pretty low. We might have to consider jumping in. Notre Dame are going to have to find something on offense here. Like, the problem for Notre Dame is, unlike Penn State, they don't have like a Tyler Warren that they can say, you know what, let's just go into a Wildcat and he'll pick up 16 yards. Right? Or, you know what? Yeah, it's 4th and 2. Let's just dump it off to Warren and he'll fall forward for the first down. They don't have that. They're going to have to, like, you know what I mean? They're going to have to find a way. It's harder for Notre Dame. They need to either pop a big run, which is hard to do on Penn State, and or they need a systematic, like, 12-play dink and dunk drive, and Riley Leonard's kind of not capable of it.
Nope.
Like, they're going to need to find a way, like, to get a big play here, Kim. I don't know how they're going to manufacture it. If they have whatever trick plays they have, like, I would bust out now. Not right here on first down, but on this drive, it's time now, guys. Whatever little flea flicker, reverse, little tweak that you guys had up your sleeve, it's time to it's time to use it.
But your earlier point is they should have done it earlier in the game when Penn State wasn't expecting. Now you're down and stuff like that. You just got to move the chains. You got to find ways, up off the ball quick. Keep Leonard moving, too. Don't let him stay stationary in the pocket. Get him on the outskirts, rolling around and hitting some guys. But we need 3 minimum on this drive, Morency, and we're right back in the game. It's only 10 points. Not panicking yet, but their offense has looked pretty brutal so far.
Well, one thing with Notre Dame, too, their offensive line seems to be getting beat up. They've already had one guy leave. Now they got another starter on the sidelines.
It's a problem.
He got poked in the eye or something. I think he's going to be back Seems like he was something about his eye. So, this game's going quick. I'm not surprised, considering, we didn't think it was going to be a track meet coming into this thing. So we're at the 2-minute break. They don't call it the 2-minute warning. The 2-minute break, it's 10-0, 8.5 and 33.5 for you prop player bettors out there, including myself. Let's get you caught up to date. One play that I liked a lot was Drew Aller under the 192.5 passing yards. He's got 53 passing yards. So the Penn State quarterback's got 53 passing yards. Katron Allen already has 63 yards on the ground. For the record, his prop was like 61.5, 60.5. So he's gone over the number. Nicholas Singleton is already rushed for, dear God, Penn State are gashing them, man.
Yes.
He's got 52 yards. Hell, his prop was like 59.5. Or Singleton was 61.5. Allen was 59.5. Whatever. They were both the same. They're obviously both going to get there.
What's Notre Dame's total yards? Because I guarantee Penn State's got 4 times the yardage that they have. They're killing.
Notre Dame's done nothing on offense.
Exactly.
Notre Dame has 84 yards to 194.
Yeah.
And now they've been out. The time of possession that I brought up earlier was a concern. That it's not just like scoring. It's like, guys, you're going in and out so freaking quickly. Our defense is on the field all the time, and we're going to start to get tired, as you saw in the last drive. It's now 17-10 in time of possession. Well, it's not good. So there's 2 minutes left here in the half. Notre Dame will get the ball to start the second half, too. So this is a pivotal time in the football game for them right now. They need to put at least a field goal on the board here, slowly, stop the bleeding. Regroup at the Red Lobster at the half, or we'll say Chipotle since Red Lobsters are pretty much bankrupt. Regroup at Chipotle. There's a few of them out there.
Yeah, Flavor Flav. I told you he's bringing Red Lobster back hard, Morency. I think he's.
I believe in Flavor Flav. If he's behind it, he'll be like.
Oh, I saw a new
Flavor
commercial.
Flav, he's got to bring Shaq into it. Shaq touches everything to his goal. Shaq came in and bought Papa John's.
Yeah,
at least
Shaq
a big
shows
part
up
of
to
it.
the opening of an envelope. You know that. The thing about Flavor Flav is he works at it. Like when he does the commercials, he's actually sweating and reading hard. Like those other guys have done it so much, Gabe. It's kind of like, another paycheck.
Yeah, Flavor Flav, though, doesn't have enough money to save Red Lobster fully.
That's what he's trying.
He might like the cheddar biscuits, bro.
Yes.
But
he's working hard, though.
I'm not saying that he can't, Flavor Flav's got to get, Shaq and, Magic Johnson involved now, or LeBron. And
Hey, for your buck,
buy the Red Lobster,
Hey, if we own Red Lobster, he's a hell of a lot cheaper than those guys. He brings it hard.
Real money.
It's easy to get SportsGrid almost anywhere with our mobile app. So give us a break. We're not going to tap your screen for you. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Carver and Lisi.
Hey, you and Matthias have it all figured out. You're all giggles. Hey, Matthias, it's me and you. Lisi's not here every week. It's me and you, Matthias. Whatever you say.
You want to bet
Penn State? We'll bet Penn State. Yeah. All giggles.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circa Sports Million, Circa Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. with 2 former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined. The Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
Right before your very eyes, the boys of summer are about to become the champions of fall.
MLB playoffs are coming.
And SportsGrid will bring you all the angles, strategies, and info. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency.
Rage all you want.
Was I in a time warp, or was maybe we should stop that promo about the Major League Baseball playoffs are coming? I don't know what. I'm like, what time of the year is this right now? All right, so we've got news in this football game and some crazy stuff going on here. Riley Leonard hit his head. He got sacked. He smacked his head on the ground. He's out of the football game right now. Backup quarterback came in, completed a pass. They were moving the football, and he just fumbled the ball, literally and figuratively as we speak. Penn State recovered. There's a big pile right now, but I'm pretty sure Penn State are going to come out of this. And this is turning into an all-out disaster for the Notre Dame. Did Notre Dame somehow come out with the ball? Oh, my God. I don't know. Man, Notre Dame are lucky. Like I said, Riley Leonard's been knocked out of the game. I don't know the severity of the injury. It just happened. The backup quarterback is in. They're throwing the ball, and it's not his fault. Like he reached back to throw the ball, and it got knocked out of his hand. There was pressure, but this is key. We're going to try to find out what the hell happened with Riley Leonard and what his status is. Let's bring in Kiev O'Neill right now. Well, this would be quite the development, bro. Notre Dame's offense, I would say that, oh, boy, they're completely screwed if Riley Leonard's out of the game, but not like they haven't put any points up on the board. So, maybe the kid, maybe this other kid isn't, maybe this other kid surprises us and starts throwing the ball down the field. You never know, Kiev, but wow, this could be a big turning point in this game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes, a switch is good. Leonard's playing terrible right now. It doesn't look like he has a ton of confidence. It's interesting. They're getting beat in the trenches. You can see that up and down the field. Penn State's just pounding them down their throats. And, now you're starting to feel the Riley Mills not being there, right? You're starting to feel that. Looking at Penn State's running game, it's really killing Notre Dame right now. And now they're down an offensive tackle, left tackle in that. And they're going against one of the best pass rushers, top 10 pick in the draft, going to be in Clark. So not looking pretty for the Irish, but it's looking pretty good for the under.
I'll tell you what, and yeah, we're all over that, but I'll tell you what, this Angeli kid, completely different right now. Like, they're setting him up in shotgun, and he's a lot more comfortable than Riley Leonard is throwing the football. Just look at these passes, point blank. You know what I mean? He's very comfortable. Bing, bing, boom. He's just bang. He's getting rid of the ball, and it's crisp. It's getting to the receivers. Just picked up. They picked up the first down. Like I said, nothing again. Riley Leonard's a competitor. I'm not throwing a kid under the bus, but it looks like Angeli's provided a little bit of a spark here for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm on a little bit of a delay, unfortunately. You're a little bit ahead of me, but yeah, I think that the spark is what they need right now. Something fresh here. Maybe Riley Leonard can shake off the cobwebs in halftime and come out gaming like we've seen him before. But, right now it's like they got by Georgia. Georgia did not have a quarterback. That was a simple bet, betting Notre Dame without Georgia, without having a quarterback. A lot of things still went their way, though. But look, the Irish could run out. They're going to lose this battle in the trenches. Penn State's going to be playing a lot more confidently, and then they can set their defense back a little bit with too high shell and just kind of pick off the passes here in the second half. So, I mean, it's just so important right now for Notre Dame to get this last score. And maybe you're seeing it right now. Maybe you're a little bit ahead of me. Maybe they're getting close.
And they get the ball to start the second half. So this is paramount because you're bang on. They're losing. Penn State can clearly run the ball. Both running backs have 60 and 50 yards respectively already. So they can clearly run the ball on them, and it'll be a nightmare if you're Notre Dame and you're down 17-0. Penn State are just going to smash the rock, and it's game, set, match after that. They need to respond here, and they need to, even a field goal here, and then get the ball to start the second half, and, you sort of get back in the football game. I did play the under. It sounds like you did too. I played the under 45.5 before the game. But I'm also, and I got a bunch of teasers. I got a million plays, Kiev. But I did take Notre Dame plus the 1. What did you do with the game before kickoff?
I decided not to take anything. I took a prop on Faison to get a few yards. I think over 42.5 is what I was looking at here. Now, I don't know where he's at now. I have to take a look at it. But that's really, I just thought it was a really sharp line, and I didn't want to deal with it. It looks like Faison's only got 14 yards. We have a whole second half. And if they're playing chase the second half, I'm still feeling pretty good about the receiver getting some yards here. Now, Jeremiah Love, banged up, but, I mean, he's got enough rushes to show that he's in the game. He just can't really move the ball against Penn State. But it's that tackle being out really is rough for Notre Dame. I think it's going to be uphill sledding for Notre Dame this second half. Man, the Big Ten is just a sharp conference right now, and they're looking like the special conference, let's just say.
Notre Dame as a whole have rushed for 23 yards, guys. 12 carries, 23 yards for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, compared to Penn State, 26 rushes for 141. Notre Dame are averaging 1.9 yards a rush, Kiev, and Penn State are averaging 5.4 yards a rush. So it's pretty simple. Like, you know what I mean? You look at these numbers and you can tell which team is winning the football game. But big, it's a big part of the game here. End of the half, going into the second half as well. Notre Dame have a chance to get back in this thing with 18 seconds left right now in the second quarter of play. So I said I had a lot of plays, and I had to lay 70 cents to do it, Kiev, but there was a prop out there, which will be the higher score in college football semi-final game. This one or Texas and Ohio State. And some people are divided. I don't know, maybe you like the under the Texas-Ohio State game, but either way, I don't think that there's going to be less points than this game tonight. Nice start so far with the 10-0 here, but what's your early impression on the Friday night game?
Well, I think it's going to go under, but not by that much. I think the Penn State Notre Dame was slated to possibly just score in the 30s even. You know, it was an obvious play. I wish that I would have given it out. It came out when I got to it, and I was on Flagstaff, and then, you know how the internet's up in Flagstaff. It was 46.5. I'm like, maybe I get a 47. I didn't, so I took a personal play under 45.5. But it went down to 44. But either way, this is still going to go way under Texas, Ohio State. I see Ohio State being like a 31-17 game. Ohio State still has a very monstrous defense. Texas's defense is good, but not when they're playing a team like Ohio State who can hit you from just so many different ways. Ohio State really has found his groove. Now, being attacks on Ohio State, I think the correct number, power rating-wise, efficiency-wise, if you use the whole year of statistical information, of your metrics, you're looking at a 4 or 5 point spread. But the truth is, what have you done for me lately really says Ohio State right now, and Texas has been now the more erratic team, choking it away at times. You saw that ASU game. They should have lost that game if a couple penalties did not go their way, and a field goal kick and a few other things. I trust Ohio State right now. They're feeling comfortable. They're past that dreaded Michigan loss. And maybe they needed that Michigan loss. I'm not a Buckeye fan. It doesn't matter to me, but sometimes a team just needs a loss like that. I see Ohio State covering, and I still see it going under by a few points, but it's going to score more than this game.
The total 53 right now, and Notre Dame's quarterback just got sacked, so it pushes them back with 11 seconds left on the 23-yard line. They just need to be careful here and don't miss the field goal. You know what I'm saying? Don't miss the field goal. Get 3 points out of this. 10-3 is not the end of the world. I know it feels like it's been a disastrous half for them, but 10-3 is not the end of the world. One thing I'll say, and I'll play devil's advocate a little bit, Kiev, and just say, and I'll ask you, so I guess you're not impressed then with Texas's, because I am. I think that Texas's offense looked great against Clemson, and Arizona State are good. Right? I mean, they didn't blow them out. They didn't cover the number, but they still hung 39. When it's all said and done, they've scored 39 to 38 points in the last 2 weeks. So we'll get Kiev's thoughts on that and more on the other side. Let's roll.
boys of summer become the champions of fall. The World Series is on its way, and SportsGrid brings you every angle. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
How would you like to get high-speed internet for your home for less than $2 a day? That's right. For about $50 a month, you'll get lightning-fast internet. Are you paying less than $50 a month right now for your internet? Then call Whole Home Connect right now for blazing fast internet at $50 a month with no price increases, no hidden fees, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees. It's a great deal. And guess what? You can try it for 15 days. If you don't like it, you get your money back. But you're gonna love it, and you're gonna love the price. Internet for your home for $50 a month. That's less than $2 a day. Plus, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees, and our 15-day guarantee. Call now. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. That's 800-797-1292.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts, in-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more, all in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime, on the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. SportsRage tonight.
I don't want to be the guy that says what I saw last, but how the hell do you bet on Sam Darnold going to Los Angeles? I mean, this ghost. This guy lives in a haunted house. He saw some ghosts last night, bro. The Vikings like to blitz the crap out of you. Yeah, good luck blitzing Matt Stafford, because he's never seen a blitz before, right? And they can't change their system. It is what it is.
It's SportsRage Tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network. There's something you should know and always remember. SportsGrid does not increase luck. We're your unfair advantage for the latest sports gaming information. If you're looking for luck, go find a horseshoe. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Let's roll. This is SportsRage Game Day. I am Gabriel Morency, the Pittsburgh Players, the Hustlers, the people that bust them, the Kiev O'Neills, and everybody else in between, the odds breakers in the house with us. And I want to get to this, actually. It's no surprise, but we got caught up in the Penn State game. I knew about this for about the last 40 minutes or so. My bad. They officially moved the game to Arizona. I don't know why they waited. Like, really? Like, you know what I mean? It was obvious. Dude, like, the city's on fire, bro. You know what I mean? They're going to play a football game on Monday. The streets are all burnt up, and I know the area, the stadium was fine, but nevertheless, look at the air and all that. I'm surprised that they waited this long to actually officially announce it. But I'm not surprised. I said yesterday afternoon right away, like, there's no way in hell they're playing that game in L.A. I was wondering, like, I'll ask you, do you think, and you're in Arizona, and you just, I've been in Arizona before, and one thing I noticed, bro, there's a ton of Midwesterners there, man, that either live there now or you know, have places in the winter there, and all from Illinois, Wisconsin, Minnesota, etc. So I would imagine there's probably quite a few Viking fans out there in the desert, actually.
Yeah, and you saw the line move here back to 2.5. First of all, I want to say it really sucks what's going on out there. This is a terrible disaster, and our hearts and prayers and thoughts really go out to those people out there. It's a bummer to see that happen. But talking sports, obviously they're moving out there. There's a ton of Midwestern here. There's a ton of Viking fans down here. There's a ton of Viking families down here. My wife's side's from Minnesota. They're Viking friends and family. They're going to be coming down here in droves. And you would think the Rams are used to playing there, obviously being in the division of the Cardinals. But the truth is, I think football's not on a lot of those people's minds right now. You know, I'm sure they know somebody that was affected by this disaster. It sucks. So I can't really expect them to be super excited to come out here and try to get tickets to this game. I honestly think the correct line move already happened. The Vikings are the home field now, and I think the stadium's going to be a little bit louder for them. But at the same time, it's not like the Rams always had a great home field advantage at SoFi. So I don't think it should go to 3. It's probably correct here at 2.5. It definitely affects teasers out there and all the bets. There's certain books that will refund your bets. Caesars is one of them. There's a couple out there that you have to check your teasers and your bets. I have a friend complaining about it right now. He has a ton of teasers going on. But DK, I had a teaser with them. Unfortunately, it's at 7.5, not 8.5. They're going to keep your bets live. So they're not going to give you an option. So you just got to check the book rules on where you're at. But I think this line is going to be a juiced Vikings line. And I think when it touches 3, you're going to see some pressure back on the Rams.
Looking at this from the Rams' perspective, too, they're in a tough spot. They lose the home game. They have to go on the road right now. And I was wondering, yesterday I was trying to find all the information that I could about them and, how are they affected by this? And I saw Sean McVay earlier in the day today. They really haven't been that much, he said, from a football perspective. Right? He said, listen, it's jarring to see the city on fire. But as far as players on the team and et cetera, staff, he said the worst thing was a couple of players. He said, I know there was a few guys on the team that don't have power. Right. But he said no one, it was in danger. And he said there's a couple of people on our staff who had to evacuate, but he said for the most part, we were blessed. And, so I think, and if there's a coach that can sort of keep their eyes, focused, I would say it would be McVay. What do you make of after the dud from the Vikings last week? How do they respond after playing as horribly as they did against the Detroit Lions, bro?
You know what I always say, if you spent your life betting on the team that looked great the week before and betting against the team that looked bad the week before, you certainly lost a hell of a lot of money.
My line is, Kiev, bet on what happened last week, die this week. That's my line.
And that's what people think. It's interesting. I think that they got to the red zone a bunch of times. It was like 5-6 times in a row, right? They went for it once, choked out. They kicked a bunch of field goals. Just 2 or 3 of the make those 2 touchdowns. This is a 1-score game, and it's a very close game. I think that they'll fix that. I still a little worried about Darnold. I'm not sure. I don't think Darnold's a franchise quarterback. I think this is a perfect situation now for the Vikings thinking about next year, having that choice between him and McCarthy. Now you don't pay Darnold. You just roll with McCarthy. You make the tough decision, but it's not as tough if that's the situation. He needed to grab home field there. The Lions were ailing on defense, and they just couldn't get it done. Now, can Darnold make a case? Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, he's got a great coach. I think playoffs are times for coaches and quarterback. Regular season is coaches. They'll get you to the playoffs. But if you don't have a coach and a quarterback, that's when the playoffs tend to bite you. What scares me is Matt Stafford's been there before. He's got the pedigree. Cooper Kupp's been there. Sean McVay is one of the top 5 coaches in the league, hands down. I think they're just kind of a sneaky little creeping giant, I should say, with some of those studs that they have. I know there's no Aaron Donald. I think Jared Verse is doing a fantastic job in his absence. Now that Tyler Higbee's kind of back and in full go, they just have way too many weapons here against this Vikings defense who just all of a sudden can't seem to tackle. Now, they did lose a running back, but they still have Kyron Williams. If I had to make a bet, I would bet the Rams.
And as Kiev mentioned, we were talking about this last night about the speculative market and what it would mean. Home field, we were talking to a lot of smart people. Like, home field used to be 3 points. Now it's like 1.5 only. Doesn't mean as much. And you could argue that the Rams home field and the SoFi Stadium doesn't mean quite as much, but it's not an ideal situation for the Rams to be in, but I don't think it'll affect the game. All right, we got like a mini 5.5-minute segment on the other side, and we'll get Kiev's last thoughts on the NFL playoffs. I'm kind of been oblivious, actually, to the MMA world over the last, not that I haven't paid attention at all. Not that I haven't paid attention at all, but we had bowl games, NFL playoffs, and I know we got a fight night coming up, but we got a real card coming up next week as well. So we'll wrap up with Kiev on the other side. SportsRage game day. It's 10-3 at the half. The Irish are getting 7.5. In-game total 33.5. We'll give you some picks on the other side.
giving you sports gaming strategies so powerful you can practically reserve a family vacation on it. Feels good to be a winner, doesn't it? This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1927, Babe Ruth smashes the 60th home run of the season, a record that held for 34 years.
Look at it go, Wade Gert! Look at it go!
The Bambino went on to hit a career 714 home runs. And in 1939, the first televised college football game as Fordham beats Waynesburg 34-7. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurchis.
Carver and Lisi.
Giggles Carver.
I mean,
Giggles
Joe,
Carver.
like,
here it is.
Come on,
All
man.
Giggles.
I mean, what? You're out with the syndicate crew.
I got it right there.
Cashing this ticket, win. I'm supposed to sit here and just do nothing?
Did you see the parlay I hit over the weekend?
No, you didn't let anyone else eat on that ticket. Kept it hidden to yourself.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channel dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Moneyline at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on SportsRage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
When the weather cools off,
Major League Baseball playoffs heat up. Sit tight. The World Series is coming. Keep it here for every bit of the action with strategies and information to give you the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Let's roll. This is SportsRage. I am Gabriel Morency, the Pistol Players, also the people of us, and everybody else in between. All right, so we're at the half right now. In-game totals 33.5. So we got in on the under like everybody did. And I've been saying, Kiev, to everybody, all right, if there's a spot to buy in, maybe I'll jump in on an over. But it's got to get into the 20s. You know what I'm saying? Because another thing, overtime's always a possibility. You know, overtime's a potential possibility as well. yeah, exactly. Overtime's like worried about getting hit by a car crossing the street. It's like, yeah, it could happen, but I got to cross the street somehow anyways. You know what I mean?
They get across this busy street. 33.5 is a little too high. I think I'd still look to the under here. I think at the end, I think Penn State's going to run the clock out. I think a good look is under 33.5. Obviously, it's not at 34, which is a lot more key of a number. Then your next key number for a total is 37. But, 33.5, that's about 21 points, right? They're at 13 points right now. So you need 21 points. You need 3 exact touchdowns. Just the way this game's going, I'm not sure if I see it. Now, things can happen, but this is still a really good Notre Dame defense with Xavier Watts back there. And Penn State knows they can just pound the ball all day. So it just feels like an under to me at 33.5.
So we talked, and we got a couple of minutes here. I always appreciate your time. Good catching up with you. We talked about the Vikings and the Rams game, the Monday nighter, now moved to Glendale, Arizona. I've been there. It's real cool, too, guys. Like, you have a sports book right in the parking lot. Like, there's a sports book right there, the stadium. Like, you know what I mean? There's a Top Golf. Like, there's a casino. You got it all. Like, Glendale rocks. I got to get down there for the Dodgers spring training. But other NFL playoff games opens up with the Texans, Chargers. You got Ravens, Steelers, Bills, Broncos, Packers, Eagles, Commanders, Buccaneers. What catches your eye? What are you looking forward to betting on?
Well, I mean, the first bet I made was Commanders plus 3.5. That line was just wrong. Do I think they win the game? No, I think Tampa wins the game, but I think the value was on that side. Now that it's at 3, it's a lot less of of a strong play for me. You know, it's like when I give it out at 3.5 and it goes down to 3, what am I supposed to say? You know, I mean, it's a push in my opinion. Tampa probably wins by 3. You know, I think Tampa's got the quarterback that's been there before, Baker Mayfield. He's not going to let a rookie beat him. They have a really strong defense that's going to force Jaden Daniels to throw the ball. I will say Jaden Daniels is really good against the blitz. I know he ranks number 2 against the pressure, and Washington, Tampa Bay is going to pressure him. They brought a couple old guys back on that team too, but Tampa's still kind of banged up in their secondary, you know, and they've been giving up a lot of yards. That's why you see a high total of 50.5. I like 3.5. I would say try to find 3.5. It's a much less at 3. Here's one that's interesting. This Ravens game on Saturday, Ravens Steelers. I'm looking at the total at 43.5. There's no Flowers, but they still got some great pass catchers at Bateman. They got Nelson Aguilar. That's just been, you know, a very averagey receiver every place he's been, but still good. You know, they obviously have Likely, which is a fantastic. They got plenty of pass catchers. And you got Derrick Henry. I think, I hate to say this because the last 10 games, 9 of them went under. But I went over 43.5, man. My numbers say 49. I think the Ravens can possibly get in the 30s themselves, just like they did last game. This is a massive game for Lamar. It's probably good for them that they're playing the Steelers. I feel like they know that team. I know the Steelers have always played them tough in the past, but this is a different situation. I do think Russell Wilson can throw some pick six, but I think the Steelers can move the ball through the air a little bit to Pickens, a little bit to Mike Williams. I think Mike Williams is an underrated pickup for them, getting them from the Jets for almost nothing. I like the over, you know. And hey, they just went over their last game out of the last 10. It's dangerous because the trend says under. I'm taking the over 43.5.
Kiev O'Neill. Kiev, where can people find you online?
At the Odds Breakers is our Twitter handle or X handle. TheOddsBreakers.com is our website. We always have free information, free picks, and obviously there's memberships as well, and there's discounts on memberships. Basketball 2025 is our $100 off any membership, so it's pretty cool. We were very profitable in March Madness last year, and actually having a very good basketball season, so I'm excited for about it. I'm a Big Ten guy, just like Gabe here in his Michigan. He beat my Badgers, but we'll get him back. Check us out at the Odds Breakers if you'd like sports betting information and content.
Yeah, next time we talk, we'll start to get into some college ball. Illinois are really good too, man, in the Big Ten this year. There's some really good teams this year. Like the alumni are badass. These guys like put up some points. Kiev O'Neill, always a pleasure, man. Happy New Year. Thanks for joining us.
All right, you guys be good.
SportsRage Game Day. The half continues. I don't know who's on the stage.
Yeah, it's getting cooler. Football weather is here. Stay tuned for all the latest odds, strategies, and info. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. That's 800-365-6303.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Capalbo on X, and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Get sports gaming strategies and information 24 hours a day,
7 days a week.
Everything you need to get the winning edge.
Right here.
All the time.
No wonder the wife says you never listen to her.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Let's roll. This is Sports Rage. I am Gabriel Morency. The pits, the players, the hustlers, the people that bust them, and everybody else in between. It's strange when I look up at the clock. Normally I say, oh, it's level this. I don't know what level it is. I'm all confused. We started at 7:24. Yeah, 2.5 came. I don't know. I look up. I'm like, it's one of those weird deals. Normally, this is actually when I'm sort of sitting down in my chair, like before the show. You know what I mean? I sort of sit down about half an hour before. Like, I'm already lingering around the studio, but like, I'll sit down generally right around now into the chair and sort of start, you know, it's like a cockpit, like the pilot. You got, all right, just sort of check this. Like, you know, when I don't, I get thrown off. Sometimes I just sit down. I'm like, God, this chair, I got to move this. Or like, you got to make sure everything's right. So I sit down like a half hour before. Now I'm looking up, but we've been on since what? I guess we've been on for 2 hours actually. Yeah. So, level 2.5, and there's 4.5 levels tonight. We're here. Yeah. We're here with you until midnight Eastern time this evening. And this game is actually a pretty fast game. It's kind of rolling along because of the the lack of scoring. But since you've been gone, Cam, there's been a lot happen. Notre Dame puts the 3 on the board after Riley Leonard gets hurt, and I don't want to be a jerk, but whatever.
Like
it's not being. Yeah, it's not just being a jerk. It's just being real. I told Chris when he went down, I think we were at a commercial break, went to a break, and he just got hurt. And I said to Chris, I said, you know what? Not to be an asshole to Leonard here, but this Angeli kid probably, it can't get any worse. Like, you're being shut out. You know what I mean? It's like, and you see Angeli comes in, there's no disputing it, bro. He's a better thrower. Notre Dame are more comfortable. They're putting him in the shotgun. He's completing the passes. All you need to know, guys, and not to throw Leonard on the bus, and it doesn't mean Angeli won't throw a pick and down the road or whatever, but the difference was very noticeable. Leonard was 6 for 11 for 63 yards. Angeli comes in and goes 6 for 7 for 44. You could just tell he's a much more natural thrower. He doesn't run the ball, but you can tell, Cam, he's one of those kids. If you give him time, get rid of the ball quick, he'll complete the pass.
It's
I don't have a problem with leaving Angeli in the game, to be honest. Even if Leonard is ready to come back in, I'd say, you know what? It's tough to throw the kid under the bus, but I'd leave Angeli on the field to start the second half, personally.
But if you listen to really what Freeman was saying at the end, I think if Leonard comes back, he'll get another series. But if he doesn't do well, I think it's short leash time. I like Angeli too. See him coming out there, Gabe, cold and throwing.
Riley Leonard will be coming to play a bit. Riley Leonard's going to be the one.
Yeah, but Angeli was hitting guys in slants, right in stride, cold off the bench. I'm like, this kid's got a nice little arm here. Like it was nice to watch. Yeah. Okay, Leonard, we'll see. But I'll tell you one thing, Gabe. It's all or nothing. So if Leonard struggles for but
they won't pull him, Cam. They're not going to screw Leonard over. That's the thing.
They'll give him a couple. Like it won't be one or two. But if he struggles, and I don't know what the over under for drives is, I would not be shocked. They might just say,
it's a tough life, eh? If you're a coach, you got to be a jerk sometimes. Like Riley Leonard's your guy. You got him. He got you this far, Cam. Then you have to look at the kid in the eye and go, listen, we're going to go with Angeli here in the second half.
Yeah, but the thing is, he'll give him a chance, but I don't think it's going to be a long chance. Like a few, not one drive, because that's not fair, but a few. And if he's still doing the same and he's not reading,
they're going to die with him, Cam. They're going to die with him.
I'm sorry. I don't die with him. I like
they're going to take him out, and then Angeli starts the title game if they win. It creates they're going to die on the hill with Leonard here. All right, Leonard, you better be better, bro. Because I liked what I saw from Angeli. I don't know what I mean. You better be better here in the second half. You can just see the ball, line. The velocity was quick. It got out fast. Boom. Leonard is not a natural thrower. You can just sort of see, he sort of pushes it like a shot. He's not a fluent passer. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's weird because he was a better passer at Duke. Like, I don't know. Maybe I just didn't see him enough to really analyze it that much. But he's not. I thought he was a better passer than he was. And here they go already. False start to start. A great start, guys. You're coming out of the break, and now you're in a 1st and 15. That's on Leonard. Like, get in the line. Like, just call the damn play, Riley. Like, seriously, bro.
I know you say they're gonna die. They're gonna die with Leonard. I don't know. Freeman's a nice guy, but this is everything.
Freeman looked mad after that penalty for real.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, I know you think he's going to do it.
What's wrong with you? Like, you know what I mean?
Yes, that's
come
my
out
point.
of the room and you guys don't get the playoff properly. Like, what the? Seriously, what's wrong with you guys? I'd be mad too. And now, if you're Freeman, now the backup kid quarterback just tapped you on the arm to get out of his way. That's great. Freeman looked up and like moved over. But the thing is, the kid's got to get the signal in. He's got to get the play in, which I don't know why they're doing this because they have a freaking headset in their helmet now. It's a very good point. Somebody brought it up the other day. Like these teams the other day, like it was Georgia. Georgia had like the old school, like Beyonce and Britney Spears signs and like they went. And it used to be fun in the old days for younger people in the old days, college football. The players, they realized the players aren't going to remember. Like if you call a play Blue Hawk 1742 or something, the kid's going to be like, you know what I mean? It's a problem to remember it in the huddle. So they caught on. All right. When you go over the middle of the field, what do you think of? Right. And whatever. Like, so you'll notice like Beyonce is often like the big ass push cam. That's what it means. Like you'll see sort of like O-line, like Beyonce, like they'll sort of have, the big butt pics or whatever. And it means, we're going smash mouth here. Or, you know what I mean? They'll have sort of codes. Britney Spears is a bomb or whatever. Nobody does it anymore except because you have the headsets. Like the coaches can talk to the quarterback in the
they used to have
Beyonce,
right? Britney Spears that have beverages like Dr. Pepper, the beverage of college football, like in those split signs. I used to love them too, Gabe. They're great. Like I miss them too. And see what creative ones they'd come up with. It's lost. It's a lost art. It was amazing.
Nah, coaches just got tired of it and said, you know what, you stupid kids, you're gonna have to learn the effing plays. We're not like it's too complicated.
We're not doing diagrams.
We can't have 150 signs here for you, all right? Like different. You got a full-time job holding up Britney Spears. What does this mean? And you got to communicate it too. You got to tell a dumbass that's holding a sign up. All right, this is what this means. Now they got the headset. Like I said, there's Riley Leonard. Oh, no, right on the money, like we said. Like me and Cam were just saying.
Great thrower.
We just said, Angeli did a nice job, but you clearly got to go back to Riley Leonard. He's the leader of your football team.
That was his best throw he's thrown. Like, that was beautiful,
I know.
man. He put it right in there. Wow,
I swear, if he would have missed that play, though, that's when it'd be like, all right, listen, maybe we do got to go to Angeli. He needs to make these plays, and he did. Notre Dame, first down on the Penn State 19-yard line right now.
Huge.
Oh, big run.
They're running the ball now, too. They're coming out and
big
pounding.
Run for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Now let me get a Jeremiah Love prop home, but it's not Love on the field. All right, take this kid out. Take him off the field. He's tired. Put Love in. Put Love in. Get number 20 off the field. He's tired. They're leaving him on there. They're leaving him in there. All right, just give it to Aeneas Williams here. This is the kid. He's from Hannibal, Missouri.
Ooh.
Why would a town be called Hannibal?
I agree. That's kind of
cannibals.
Yeah, I guess they. I got no idea.
Oh, that's a touchdown. Oh, they blew it dead. I don't have the sound on, so like the pile stopped and the kid on Notre Dame just pushed the pile into the end zone, and it was a touchdown. But the refs are saying, I don't know, ref. Like I said, I don't have the sound on, but. What'd you call the whistle for so fast, ref? In the modern football, they let you do the little push now. I don't like it. I think it's a bad rule. The NFL, I'm not a fan of it. You're turning football into rugby. Like you see it in the NFL all the time now. You just get into the pile and just push the freaking pile. Like don't even run a play. Like run a simple play into the mass of bodies and then just throw the bodies forward. Right, here's Leonard going for the TD. Riley Leonard, touchdown. The Irish are back in it. Wow. Well, we played Leonard for the first touchdown of the game. Suddenly there's been 2 touchdowns in this game. Is the game going to open up now? 10-9, extra point pending, 10:46 left, third quarter.
We're everywhere. You can get SportsGrid on the radio, TV, the internet. We got your number, Sporto. That shirt doesn't match. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Moritzi on SportsRage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more, all in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime, on the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1977, Super Bowl 11 at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. The Oakland Raiders beat the Minnesota Vikings 32-14. Wide receiver Fred Biletnikoff is named the game's MVP, and Oakland rushed for 266 yards. For the Vikings, it's their 4th Super Bowl loss, and 3rd time in 4 years they lost the big game.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
It's a simple choice, Sporto. Either listen to SportsGrid and get the winning edge, or don't. And get an earful from the wife, since she's the one that balances the checkbook. Do the right thing. Keep it right here. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Let's roll. This is Sports Rage. Whatever level it is. I can tell you that there's 10:46 left in the third quarter of the football game, but we got a game suddenly. I got to tell you, the total not set in stone either. Like, you know, overtime is a potential for this football game. And now it's 10-10. Let's just say hypothetically, boom, boom, 17-17, you're at 34. I still think it goes under. You know what I mean? But we're 2. I bet that under 4.5 touchdowns. So 3 more are going to beat me. There probably will be 3 more, actually. So they're 21-20. Yeah, I think I'm going to lose that bet, Cam, but 3 more touchdowns only gets it to 41. So that still stays under the number. I'd be surprised there's probably 2 or 3 more touchdowns in this game. It's going to open up. Well, we'll see what Notre Dame's defense can do here. I'm all in on the teasers to the under. I've got under 55.5 in this game. Notre Dame plus 11, under 55.5, and over 43 in Ohio State and Texas tomorrow. One of my bigger bets, though, was that there'd be more points in the Texas game and Ohio State tomorrow, so I don't want this game to get too out of hand. Whatever, it's 10-10. We'll see what happens on this drive here right now. As the Penn State Nittany Lions get the ball back. New updated point spread at number 2.5. Penn State are minus 2.5 right now. Total 38.5. If you're just joining us, the National Football League has officially announced that they moved the Monday night playoff game to Glendale, Arizona, which, my only thing is what took so long. You probably, seriously, you could have told the Rams. I don't know if it would have been different for the Rams anyways, to be honest. I was going to say, you could have told the Rams yesterday or right away, and we all knew this was going to happen.
You're right.
Like I said last night, the Vikings doesn't matter to them. They just got to fly to a city, so like it's not changing their life. But the Rams wouldn't have left anyways, Cam. And yesterday I couldn't find information because it wasn't the biggest story in LA with the city on fire. But I was wondering about the Rams players, the Rams practices, the Rams facilities, and they weren't affected. So they weren't in the fire area, the Rams. The smoke was bad. So like the Chargers today, the Chargers are closer to it. The Chargers practiced today, not really practiced. The Chargers were all wearing masks and stuff because the air quality is so bad. So the Chargers basically didn't really do much today, and they left because they were like, we got to get out of here. So the Chargers left for Houston today. They're in Houston right now. And the Rams were not affected. McVay said today that a couple of players on the team lost power, don't have power, but nobody's house was burnt down on the Rams, and that a couple of staff members had to evacuate. But for the most part, like the Rams were untouched as an organization by this fire. So, and like I said, if there's any, look, Matt Stafford's a jerk, Cam. I mean, the guy laughed when the girl fell off the stage and nearly killed herself, like him and his wife with their legal will kit ads and stuff. He doesn't care what the game is. He'll be fine. Like, you
said it.
Like, he's going to drop back and throw the ball. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, what? Fire? Oh, okay.
You're so right, though. Like, out of all the things you
won't
could
bother
do,
him. Like,
you're a Super Bowl winner, an established guy, and you're doing legal will kits. It's like, it's not, that's what people do when their career's done.
Idea. He's sitting there like a hostage. Sometimes you have to have uncomfortable conversations. It's like, what do you mean? He's like 35 years old. You're killing him already. You want his money. Like,
hold up today's paper.
In case something happens to him, I'm set. Like, who does that?
I agree.
Like, what 100 millionaire family says, yeah, we're going to do a will ad on like infomercial, late night TV will ad.
It's crazy. It's very uncomfortable.
I would be offended if I was Stafford. I'd tell the wife, what are you trying to, like, you got me dead already?
That's
like,
the thing.
I'm not even
like,
40 years old. You got me legal will kits and ads. What the hell are you talking about? Like,
you're in a relationship. That's the time you got to tell the wife, listen, I'm an NFL
it's about the
quarterback.
money.
I don't want to see Matt Stafford in a
money,
Dateline.
right?
I don't want to see Matt Stafford in a Dateline episode. The way things are going right now with the insurance policy. But anyway, yeah. What do you think, though, Gabe? Like, I'm agreeing with you because think about this: the Minnesota people, a lot of these people, they work different jobs. You get time off. You go on pilgrimage. It's like you have to tell people before. Like, do you think people from Minnesota flew into L.A. and then go, oh, we got to go to Arizona now? That's what I'm kind of thinking about, right? Going, what?
I think
that
if the Vikings, well, listen, if the Vikings won last week, they wouldn't be in this spot. But put it this way, Cam, if you're a Viking fan in Minnesota and you just watched how bad they were against Detroit, you're not going to be in a hurry to jump on a plane and go watch them play. Like if they were like, oh yeah, they're going to win, they look great and stuff, you'd be like, yeah, let's go to Arizona, it'll be fun. You just watch Darnold suck. So you'll be like, man, I don't want to go there and like watch him suck. And then like,
there's still people who do it though, the real fans.
There will be.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the Ram fans, I don't know. Like the Ram season ticket holders get first dibs on the ticket. So like the NFL's announced, they sent out an email to Ram season ticket holders. How many Ram season, what I mean? I'm sure a couple of thousand, there'll be a lot of Ram fans there, but how many season ticket holders are really going to go to Arizona when their house potentially burned down, etc.? It's a tough spot. And then on top of it, Arizona is like sort of like Florida. Florida, everyone's from New York, right? Or the East Coast, whatever. Like all these retirees and, or whatever, like Joey Odessa, Joe Ranieri's of the world. Like they all moved to Florida, these from New York. They moved to Florida. If you're from the Midwest, you move to Arizona. Mm-hmm. Like there's a reason why the White Sox have always been in Arizona, Cam. You know what I mean? And all these teams and like,
it's true.
And the Cubs and stuff. Like there's, Like there's a ton of them. I've been to Arizona. I've been to Phoenix twice in the last couple of years, and every second freaking person from Wisconsin, Minnesota.
You're so right. My uncle's from Indiana. My dad's brother. Where does he live now? Arizona. All those guys from
people
that
in the
area
Midwest don't move to Florida. They move to Arizona.
Yeah. Correct.
So same with BC. The people in Quebec move to Florida. Snowbirds in BC all go to Arizona. So me and Kiev O'Neill just talked about it. He lives in Flagstaff, Arizona. His wife is a Viking fan. He said all their friends are all happy. They're all going to the game.
Amazing.
So there'll be a lot of Vikings fans there. Won't matter, though. Fans don't matter.
Turns out the number 7 is lucky. It's the number of times we'll whack you upside the head if you ever start depending on luck. Ouch! This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
For anyone who's worried about back taxes, has not filed tax returns, and doesn't know what to do next, stop and listen. Not filing your taxes can have severe consequences, especially in this political climate. Now that COVID is over, the IRS is getting aggressive, massively increasing enforcement and collection efforts. With politicians making all sorts of promises, especially when it comes to taxes, hiding and not dealing with your taxes will cause you harsh legal and financial ramifications. But right now, the IRS offers forgiveness and writes off a massive amount of tax debt. The Tax Doctor offers a free service that helps people get out of IRS collections and back in good standing with the government. Don't hide or bury your head in the sand. Take advantage of our free service. Call now to learn more. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. That's 800-816-4492.
Remember when your high school football coach would ride you hard, just waiting for you to screw up, and he'd tell you to take a lap? Again. And then you didn't play football. No, that's cool. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Let's roll. Man, this third quarter's flying by, man. Notre Dame marched down the field and scored the touchdown to open up they did exactly what they had to do. You want to talk about perfect counterpunch? They did exactly what they had to do. They were down 10-0. They got the ball with 2 minutes left in a half. You were getting the ball to start the second half. You needed to score, and score, you did. Like, great job by the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Great job by Angeli getting them down the field and putting them into the field goal range. And then great job by Riley Leonard hitting the pass deep down the field and getting them moving. Now the Notre Dame Fighting Irish defense stepping up. And suddenly we got a defensive game again here. We're going back and forth. In-game total has fallen to 36.5. It's 10-10 with 6.5 minutes left in the third quarter of play. Now, I like the Toronto Raptors tonight getting 14 points against the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Cavaliers coming off that big win. In a typical Raptor fashion, they cover, the game goes over the number, and they lose. 132-126 final score. Raptors lose by 6. But tonight is a night I am solely focused on this football game. And I've got a lot of units on this. I got a lot of stuff riding on this. So I was like, yeah, whatever. I was going to bet the Raptors, and I didn't realize it started at 7 o'clock. I was upset about missing it, but it is what it is. We do have a full slate of NBA games going on right now, or I should say there's 4 of them going on. Bunch of college basketball games, NHL hockey as well. It's a busy night right now. The Islanders, George Kurt's going to join us later in the 11 o'clock hour. His Islanders are in Las Vegas. They're plus 145. I'm surprised they're not bigger underdogs here. They're plus 145. Vegas are minus 180. The total's 5.5. Who are you taking in this game? I'm not. Vegas, I didn't play it.
Know what?
Could play
the Islanders are a team that has a perfect style against Vegas. Vegas is one of those teams, like you saw the San Jose game, Gabe, and we hit the 2.5, but the Islanders are a team that can go on the road and make things very tough for Vegas. Vegas is hot. Like, it's one of those things. We were wrong at the start of the year. Right now, you could argue they're the best team in hockey, but, Islanders are a hot hockey team right now. I think they won 4 straight. I kind of like the Islanders, and the line tells you Vegas, I thought they'd be like minus 200 in this game. I'm seeing like minus 175. I like the Islanders plus 1.5, but I hate that damn juice. Minus 170.
Minus 170.
Yeah.
The total 6, too. I said 5.5. 5.5 is the pregame, in-game. Yeah. Like, it's ready to start, so they added a 5.5, like minus 140 or something. But you can get a 6, even 6, under minus 115, over 6, minus 105. I kind of get the feeling the Islanders hang around. Listen, the Islanders, it's been a frustrating year for the Islanders. They've won a couple of games lately, but it has been a frustrating year for them. Yet, for the most part, they lose in overtime or they blow leads, and like they haven't been getting run out of the building ever. They've been in hockey games. They just have to keep sort of fighting through and not give up on each other. I could see them losing by 1 tonight, Cam. That's what I mean. Another typical Islander heartbreak loss. They'll be up 3-2 in the third. Vegas will tie it at 3, and then Vegas will beat them 4-3 in overtime.
Yeah, probably.
That's what'll happen.
I'm going to take a shot. I know it. The Islanders,
there's a big play to Tyler Warren.
That's not good. Like lately, let's take a look here. I know they beat the Bruins. They lost to the Leafs only by 1. Like you're right. They play a lot of 1-goal games. I like the Islanders tonight. I'm going to take a shot. That line tells me something smells fishy, and small play at plus 140. What are you getting on your book, Gabe? I got 146 on
plus
mine.
145.
Okay, same thing. So yeah, I like the Islanders.
NBA basketball, the Rockets are up 96-85. 1 minute left in the third in Memphis, minus 7.5, 247.5 is the total. The Atlanta Hawks and the Suns are close game, 60-59. This is a high-scoring one, actually, guys. Hawks up 60-59 with 3 minutes left in the second quarter. In-game total, 253.5. So we put up 120. We'll keep our eye on that one. And the Miami Heat, man, the Heat shorthanded without Jimmy Butler and stuff, but they hung around. They lost a heartbreaker to Sacramento. They beat Golden State. And speaking of the Fires, too, Steve Kerr, I brought it up yesterday on Twitter, that Steve Kerr's high school, like Palisades High School, burned. Mm-hmm. You want to talk about famous people, Cam, that go to a school. The Band of Bangles, Steve Kerr, Katie Segal, but whatever. Like half of Hollywood went to that school. But Steve Kerr's childhood house burnt down. His mother's house is gone. Remember, Kerr's father got murdered. His father was a professor and got taken hostage and killed in Iran.
Fall is here. It's getting cooler. Football and the World Series are coming in. Life is good. SportsGrid makes it better. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsRage tonight.
I don't want to be the guy that says what I saw last, but how the hell do you bet on Sam Darnold going to Los Angeles? I mean, this ghost. This guy lives in a haunted house. He saw some ghosts last night, bro. The Vikings like to blitz the crap out of you. Yeah, good luck blitzing Matt Stafford, because he's never seen a blitz before, right? And they can't change their system. It is what it is.
It's Sports Rage Tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With 2 former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Looking for advantages is the mark of a true player. You've come to the right place.
We are that advantage.
Sports gaming strategies and information. We just call it the winning edge. Get it 7 days a week. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency.
Rage all you want.
All right, level 3, I guess. Level 3, 3.5, level 3, wherever we're at. This is Sports Rage, Sirius XM channel 159, SportsGrid on demand. We're throwing it down. Brent Beard is on the radar. Cam Stewart's in the house with us right now. George Kurt's going to step up in it a little bit later on. His Islanders are taking on the Vegas Golden Knights. Then the Islanders plus 1.5 looks like the play, guys, but it is minus 170. College basketball, just a quick check. Utah Valley beating the Lopes right now. Grand Canyon stock is going to fall because of this, boys. Come on. Think about the stock prices. Got to win games. 68-59, Utah Valley up on Grand Canyon. It's one of these nights tonight. Liberty, Sam Houston State, Arkansas State, South Alabama. VMI and Samford, Virginia Military Institute, are in action. And so are the Notre Dame Fighting Irish with the Penn State Nittany Lions. So this game has been a game of swings. The Penn State Nittany Lions had the 10-0 lead. Notre Dame scored the field goal before the end of the half, and Notre Dame scored a touchdown. They got the ball to start the second half. And now Notre Dame's defense has really stepped up. They intercepted Drew Aller. Suddenly the Penn State rushing attack that put up like 124 yards in the first half isn't working like it was. This game is moving along at a very brisk pace right now. 4 minutes left in the third quarter of a 10-10 game. Let's bring in First Coast News college football analyst, second helping podcast co-host, as well as a Heisman Trophy voter, Mr. Brent Beard, in the house with us live tonight. How you doing, Brent? Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, Gabe, always great to be here. Look, you remember we talked last week? This thing will be played in a phone booth, which means it is a line of scrimmage. It's inch by inch. It's not mile by mile. And Gabe, as you saw a few minutes ago, whoever can protect their quarterback's probably going to win the game, right?
Man, this really is going to come down to one play.
Yeah.
This game. I mean, they're so evenly matched, these teams, and they're like mirror images of each other. It's almost, Brent, it's almost like when Army and Navy play each other, and we always talk, they practice against this every day. It's like, so it's almost like this. If you're Penn State, Notre Dame, it's almost like you're playing yourselves. You know what I mean, Brent? It's like, this is what we practice against we're playing ourselves almost, and there's going to be friction. But I like to equate these games sort of like to like a UFC fight or a boxing match. And, you judge it sort of by rounds. And I'd say, the first couple of rounds, nothing really happened. But Penn State started to, like a car race or a NASCAR, you know what I mean? Penn State started to take the lead a little bit with that 10-0 lead. The physicality, they were running the ball down their throat, Brent. They had a time of possession of 17-10 at one point.
Yeah.
But Notre Dame have really calmed things down over the last 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, they certainly have. And the rushing's evening out. I mean, to your point, Penn State had a huge advantage in rushing early in the first half. Look, listen, Gabe, one thing I've learned from you from being on the last several months and years is this stuff is line of scrimmage. We make football as complicated as we want to make it, but I'm telling you, the team that, and I know this is simplified, but this is one of those games. It's blocking and tackling, and Gabe, who can make the adjustment in the fourth quarter? And to your point, this may come down to one play to one of these tight ends in order to win the game, right?
And case in point, guys, they had Notre Dame in a 3rd and a long one. Riley Leonard picked it up by like an inch, like literally by an inch right now to keep the sticks moving. And that's exactly, that's all you got to do. Lure them in though, keep running it and then try to hit them with a little play action, like you said, down the field. Let me ask you, Brent, earlier in the game, Penn State took the 3-0 lead. They were on like the 2.5, 3 yard line. In a game in which touchdowns are going to be at such a premium, I thought that Franklin should have went for it. Worst case scenario, it's scoreless, and you've got them backed up on their 2.5, 3 yard line, because what we were just talking about, that there's no room for error in this game. You're so equally matched. You're going to have to find a way to steal a possession, steal some points. I thought they had an opportunity. Like, now look, you're tied anyways. I thought they should have went for the early jugular and tried to get up 7-0.
Well, the other side of looking at that, though, is possessions are so few in a game like this. If you've got points, you almost have to take them. So I get that. But at the same, and Gabe, in a game like this, whoever scores a touchdown, I mean, I'm being facetious here, but I'm not. If you get a 7-point lead in a game like this, doesn't it seem like you're almost up 10-14? That's how big that is.
It's starting at a big conversion. Riley Leonard is settling down. He was rattled early. You could tell he was inaccurate with his passes. He just completed a nice pass. Now they're moving the ball. They're on the Penn State 45-yard line, guys. And, you're right, Brent. Like, you get the feeling right now, 10-10. It's almost like a hockey game or like a baseball game in the 7th inning when it's 2-2 or something. It's like, whoever scores the next run is probably going to win this game, right? Probably. You know what I mean? Like, if you really put pressure on Penn State if you're Notre Dame here. But this really is. Sometimes, Brent, you can get some bad games where nobody is scoring. In the NFL, you see this a lot. And it's not, it's like, oh, this is a great game, defensive classic. It's like, no, it's just bad football, and they're just terrible, and they can't move the ball. This really is like an old school, mid-'80s college football game, isn't it? It's just old school smash mouth, like old school college football.
Well, the great thing that you see in a game like this is defense is still important. And not only do you have in the way they, as we go to the end of the third quarter here, the way they put so much pressure on you. You don't know, and this is for either team, you don't know what angle they're coming. You don't know what side they're coming. And sometimes, here's the danger in that. By the time you get to the fourth quarter, you're almost hearing footsteps when they're not even there. So that for these two quarterbacks, don't they have to be careful about that? That sometimes they've even got maybe a second more than they think they do. But Gabe, these linebackers and these edge rushers for both these teams, we're going to be watching them on Sunday sooner than later, aren't we?
Yeah, and that's why those little dump-offs over their heads works, because they're so fast on the edges. That's why I was running the ball up the middle. You're right, too. And, Notre Dame were really lucky, Brett. They got a nice spark from Angeli when Angeli came into the football game.
They did.
Right? So, what I mean? A couple of quick passes, they moved the ball down the field, but he fumbles the football. Yes. Right? He fumbles the football, and they were extremely lucky that they didn't turn it over there. Like you said, there's such a fine margin of error in this football game. I picked Notre Dame to win, Brent, coming into tonight because I thought, I thought that they could contain Tyler Warren, which they sort of have, even though every time he touches the ball, it turns into a play. But I thought that Marcus Freeman would think outside the box a little bit more and maybe, just find that way to score that extra, field goal or touchdown. Who did you think was going to win before the game started tonight?
Notre Dame. And I'll tell you why. Now, obviously, living in Jacksonville, Florida, we're pretty close to Miami. And I can tell you this, he doesn't get enough credit. Al Golden has done an incredible job.
Oh, great call,
as the coordinator for Notre Dame. Now, Gabe, I want to
Hold
throw
on,
this
Brent.
out here.
We're coming up against it. We'll hit this on the other side. A great call as far as Al Golden is concerned. Great job. In fact, such a great job. I'm sure he's going to get a head coaching job again.
Yeah, really.
He doesn't wear the blazer anymore, though.
How do you know a winner? They have the SportsGrid mobile app for one. Hey, that's a nice-looking phone you've got there, Sporto. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Carver and Lisi.
Giggles Carver.
I mean,
Giggles
Joe,
Carver.
like,
here it is.
Come on,
All
man.
Giggles.
I mean, what? You're out with the syndicate crew.
I got it right there.
Cashing this ticket, win. I'm supposed to sit here and just do nothing?
Did you
Is
see
that
the
what I'm
parlay I hit over the weekend?
No, you didn't let anyone else eat on that ticket. Kept it hidden to yourself.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Know someone with a drinking or drug problem? Learn how to get sober after we share these stories.
I was 35 with two beautiful children when my life and addiction started to spiral out of control. After my divorce, I went into a depression cycle and started drinking more often and using prescription drugs. After my second DWI and arrest, my ex-husband threatened to take our children away from me.
I was 17 when I became addicted to heroin and meth. I thought I could quit on my own, but I couldn't. It hit me when I was arrested.
Get sober now. Your private insurance may cover costs and we'll get you here. It's simple. Just call Elite Rehab Placement right now. Please, don't wait. Your life matters to us. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. Call right now before it's too late. That's 800-959-6348.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Did you ever wonder why we're called SportsGrid? It's because we help create so many winners we have to use a grid system to keep track of them all. Join them. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
In the words of the late, great voice of college football, Keith Jackson, whoa, Nelly! The Notre Dame Fighting Irish are knocking on the door. Pass interference in the end zone. They're on, they're going to punch it in. Jeremiah Love gets it in the end zone. Jeremiah Love, all the talk about, is Jeremiah Love going to be 100%? Jeremiah Love's wearing a knee brace. Jeremiah Love just was stopped on the goal line, but second effort, he's a hard guy to tackle. He's a big back. Hard guy to tackle. He falls into the end zone for a touchdown. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish take a 16-10 lead, extra point pending with 14:07 left in the fourth quarter of play. This game is starting to open up right now, and Drew Aller and the Penn State Nittany Lion offense are going to have to do something. We have Heisman Trophy voter Brent Beard, First Coast News college football analyst, in the house with us right now. Brent, so as we were saying, we're going to the break. There's some games, they're lower scoring, but this really is a great football game, and now it's turning into a really good game. It's going to be a great fourth quarter here.
Oh yeah, no question. I mean, when you've got guys like Abdul Carter, Riley Leonard, you mentioned Love. What's impressive is
Xavier
these
Watts.
guys. These guys are tough. They want to play. They're physical. That was a great lurch forward. Now, there are two things here about Penn State. Number one, Penn State can't panic. They're only 7 behind. They need to do what they do now. But to your point, you've got to open up a little bit, and if that means more to your tight ends, that will be huge. But listen, one thing that really needs to be brought up here, and I'm actually going to defend them a little bit, and you understand the Big Ten as well as anybody I know, is if Notre Dame wins this game. What for James Franklin, Gabe? What's this going to be like? Now, look, I know they I know they had two of the easier games to get this far, but Franklin's got to be given credit for this. I'm just wondering out loud here, and again, it's a long way to go, but if Notre Dame wins, does Franklin get off the hook a little bit for some of this criticism about not being able to coach?
Yeah, I agree with you, Brent. I think that if you're Penn State, even if you lost this game, it was an awesome season. It was a great ride. You made it to the National Football Semifinal. And we've also seen, Brent, as well, and I can speak from experience with the Michigan Wolverines, you see it with Texas right now, right?
Yeah.
You see, you've got to get there and lose. Like, it's not that easy just to show up into the play. You got to become a regular, like, you know what I mean? And
that's right.
And understand this. People live and judge stuff. Like, remember in the earlier rounds, there was blowouts and stuff. Yeah, TCU blew out Michigan. Georgia blew out Michigan.
Yeah.
Michigan blew out other teams. Like,
sure.
You know what I mean? It's the way that it goes. There's going to be one-sided games. But I think, I agree with you, Brent. And same with Freeman. Look, after they lost to Northern Illinois earlier this year, people were bringing up, you know, they lost to Stanford as a 20, like whatever. Like Freeman, I think he has 3 losses actually where they're literally like 30-point favorites, which is like unheard of. Right? Like he's got like every year he's almost lost some shock game and it's upset the boosters, etc. But here they are now, and right on cue, there's Tyler Warren responding, and he looks like he's a little beat up. Let me ask you, Brent, and I brought this up earlier if you agree. And man, he looks a little hurt here. But with Tyler Warren, it's tough to tell because of the Penn State uniforms. This kid is 6'6", 257. Like, you don't really realize it. He's 6'6", 260 pounds.
Yeah. Well, Gabe, did he hit his head on the sidelines is the problem. Now he's up. That's a tough kid. He probably won't be out long, but are they going to put him? I wonder if they're going to take him straight to the tent and check him out.
Yeah, it looks like he is. He looks like he's going with the staff. And Brett, you're right. I think they might have caught a break. It looks like there was a little bit of a padded area on the sideline there. But you're right, because it wasn't that he got hit. I mean, the kid's a monster. He slammed his head when he landed backwards, and he is being evaluated right now, guys. So not ideal for Penn State that Tyler Warren is not on the field for them in a critical drive right now with 13 minutes left in this football game. So, Brent, we got this segment in a couple of minutes on the other side. Time always flies when you're on. What are you hearing about the Texas and Ohio State game coming into tomorrow? Looks like Texas's offensive line is going to be fully healthy, or at least as healthy as it can be at this time of the year, right?
Yeah, and they really need to be able to run the ball. To your point earlier about this style of this game, tomorrow night's going to be different, isn't it? You've got 2 good quarterbacks. Obviously,
I'm thinking you're going to need to get into the 30s to win the game tomorrow.
Yeah, you really are.
The winning team's going to have 35 points.
So, which brings to mind, Gabe, is this: whoever wins this game, can they adjust to the style of what they would get from Ohio State or from Texas? It is a great question. I mean, we've got time to hash that one out. But if Quinn Wisner can run, I think that's going to be huge for Texas. Well, look, Texas doesn't get enough credit. Their defense, Texas defense, is as good as any of the other teams, frankly, in the Final Four. But Gabe, I'm sorry, my eyes won't let me get past Ohio State's playing better right now than anybody that I have seen so far, and it's a fair question. It's a great drive at Penn State. It's a fair question, isn't it, Gabe? Can anybody keep up with Ohio State right now?
No, when you figure, I said earlier off the top of the show that I think the winner of tomorrow night's game would beat either one of these teams.
Yeah, I agree.
And I don't want to dismiss the smash mouth defense part of it, but the passing attacks just are. I think, and I don't know if you agree with this, Brent. People seem to overly criticize Texas. There seems to be the moving of the goalposts. When they win games earlier in the year, their offense isn't great. They don't blow teams out. They don't finish drive. They win the big game against Texas A&M. Oh, they only scored 17 points. Now in the playoffs, they hang 38 on Clemson and 39 on ASU. It's like, yeah, but they gave up a lot of points.
Yeah.
You just said their offense is no good. Now they're scoring 40 a game, and you still doubt them. Right?
Well,
people doubt Quinn Ewers all the time. More on the other side, Brett. SportsRage Game Day continues.
Time to coil up that garden hose. And SportsGrid has you covered with strategies and info on football, baseball, and everything else. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1977, Super Bowl 11 at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. The Oakland Raiders beat the Minnesota Vikings 32-14. Wide receiver Fred Biletnikoff is named the game's MVP, and Oakland rushed for 266 yards. For the Vikings, it's their fourth Super Bowl loss, and third time in 4 years they lost the big game.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
The early line.
The Jags, who fired Doug Peterson this morning. A lot of conversation around keeping Trent Baalke as the GM. What an idiotic move by Sean Khan in Duval County. The Colts, Jim Irsay saying that both Shane Steichen and Chris Ballard will be back. Oh boy, I wouldn't want to be in Indy this offseason.
It's the early line with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Get sports gaming strategies and information 24 hours a day,
7 days a week.
Everything you need to get the winning edge right here. No wonder the wife says you need to spend more time with the kids. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
I am Gabriel Morency, SiriusXM Channel 159, SportsGrid Radio Networks. We're on YouTube tonight, SportsGrid On Demand on YouTube. And normally Brent's cat Chino joins us on the show, but Brent joins us earlier normally. It might be a little late for Chino tonight. He's had a long day. He's not as interested in the college football playoff game. It's now 17-17 right now. Unbelievable. This game's turning into a real rock fight classic. 17-17 for you bettors out there. In-game total is now 40.5. And remember, we were talking about it earlier, and I said, man, 33.5, 17-17 gets you there, but I didn't want to force things. Man, overtime. I don't know if this game gets to overtime, but if it does, that's going to be really crazy. But it did last year, Brent, actually.
That's right.
I was there. I was there at the Rose Bowl. Alabama and Michigan. That was a semifinal game, and that game went to overtime.
Oh, yeah. Now, Gabe, here's something to watch for toward the end of this game. Both these teams are among the leaders in college football and turnover margin. Notre Dame is as good as anybody in turnover margin, but being able to protect the ball, but also being able to come up with a takeaway. So that's something that I think you've got to look for. And then obviously that they're getting the ball, but late in this game, could this Irish defense do what they do best and get the ball back for them? That would be huge if that happened. So that's something to watch for. As far as how adept Notre Dame is in creating turnovers.
And one thing I'll say, too, to keep our eye on, guys, Notre Dame's kicker made the kick. What was it?
Yeah.
39-yarder. It was from the 22-yard
Yes.
line, so we'll give him credit for it. He
Yes.
made the kick, but field goal kicking could be critical here at some point.
Absolutely,
This
it
could be a
could.
tie game with a minute left, and hey, we're stuck on the 34, kid. You got to make a 47, 48-yarder, right, for the game.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
could come into play here. A lot of football left, but if you're Notre Dame, you're not in a hurry right now, right? You know what I mean?
No.
You got the ball, you're in a tie game, and you just did what exactly you cannot do.
That's exactly right.
Wow, Riley Leonard, you got to be kidding me.
Really? Wow.
On first down, Brett. What? Like, no one was there.
Oh,
wow.
my.
There, you want to talk about a swing in the game, gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, there it is. Dude,
Gabe,
terrible pass. Terrible.
He threw it in double coverage for that matter, almost. But
Against his
look,
body on an out, like it was due from the start, Brent. Like, that's one of those, oh, no, the second you throw it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, listen, Penn State is ranked 20th in the nation in
You were just talking about
margin
turnovers,
than
Brent. You were just talking about it. There it is.
That's right. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now, and Gabe, think about this a minute. Notre Dame's up 7. It looks like the thing could be over, and they've got all the momentum. And then Penn State comes down here. They go the length of the field and score. Then they get an interception. Gabe, could these be these could be two of the biggest drives in Penn State history right here?
Brent, I hate to tell you this, and our listeners are a big fan of yours, but numerous people in the chat are like, Brent said turnover so many times, he just spoke it into existence.
I'll be careful about that.
Yeah. No, it's not your fault, Brent. Not your fault at all. And speaking of which, actually, you know what? They're a little far from a field goal here, but like I said, guys, maybe if they trust their kicker, like, all right, make a 50-yarder, and that's the difference in this game, because suddenly they got him in a 3rd and long, but holy, that was a bad play by Riley Leonard. Like, I'm not one of these people that every bad pass, and I yell at the kids and blame the player, but dude, you're playing for a spot. Like, that's the unforced error right there. Like, there was no reason for that.
And Gabe, listen, the other thing in a game like this is that's first down. Don't put it all on your kicker. That sometimes coaches put way too much pressure on their kicker.
They make the kicker the scapegoat when they do that. That's why they do it.
Sure they do.
Right?
Sure they do. Oh, yeah.
It's like,
there's no doubt about that.
Hey, damn kicker is one job. He didn't do it. It's like, yeah, well, you know what? You're putting a lot of, you had about 78 other plays in this game that you could have won the game with.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
More with Brent on the other side.
That's right.
Wow. Now Drew Aller just scrambled to pick up the first down on the 3rd and 5. It's getting real. It's getting real.
It really is.
8:55.
Chronicling the acquisition of wealth by spreading the digital and terrestrial evangel of the winning edge. We'll never pass the plate. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Are you retired like me and you just found out you owe the IRS a ton of money? Well, what would your life be like if they took your retirement savings away from you? They can do it and your property. If you owe the IRS back taxes or you haven't filed in a while, the tax relief line is here to help you. They can stop the IRS from taking your retirement savings. If you qualify, you could have your tax bill reduced to 0. That's right. If you're retired and you owe the IRS a lot in back taxes, you could have your entire tax bill reduced to 0 due. The IRS has now hired thousands of new employees, so they're ready to come after you. Don't let them take your retirement savings or property. Make this free call now.
800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. That's 800-590-4933.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalvo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Superstitious rituals won't make you a winner.
It just makes you more superstitious.
But if you absolutely have to have one,
Okay, here it is.
Listen to us 6 hours a day.
There, feel better?
this is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, this is like a great tennis match, and both players are smashing the ball into the net, like on their serves right now, or basketball game. Teams are missing. It's like, oh my God, he missed both free throws, and the other team misses the free throws. Riley Leonard, a terrible turnover that could be a defining season-defining turnover, and Penn State just punched it in, and Drew Aller just threw an interception in the end zone when we were on a commercial break. It was intercepted. They called a penalty. They called Notre Dame for pass interference. Brent, they've been I thought the refs have done a pretty nice job of staying out of the way tonight. They've been there's been a lot of contact tonight, and he got there a little early. Number two, it didn't affect the play. The ball was underthrown, and the guy that intercepted it, it did not affect the play. I thought that was to call that at that time of the game, Brent, you got to be kidding me, man.
Yeah,
I thought that was a horrible call. What's your take?
I'm with you, Gabe. I mean, look, if he would have interfered with him catching the ball, here it is again. I mean, they're just both going for the ball. I mean, that's just the ball's in the air.
Ridiculous. He barely even touched them as well. He didn't interfere him. They went up for the ball and
No stretch of imagination did that happen. Man.
Wow.
Wow. Really?
And now
Riley Leonard's
like that, we got a 24-17 football game with 7 minutes and 52 seconds remaining. The floodgates have opened as far as the points are concerned.
Really
There's been 28 points scored in the second half, 21 points scored. 21 points scored, guys, in this fourth quarter. 7:15. There's been that many points scored in this game, and now suddenly, unbelievable. You want to talk about a couple of defining plays from Riley Leonard throwing the pick to that call. They get the interception back. They call the play. They call the flag, and then Penn State rushes it in for the touchdown, and suddenly it's 24-17. And this is getting real for Notre Dame. You might touch the football twice if you're lucky. You're gonna have the ball now.
Yeah.
You might get the ball back, after this. This is a critical drive, season on the line drive, obviously, for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Brent Beard with us. So, Brent, let me ask you about Carson Beck. What a ride it's been for him. I'm in, I'm out, I'm going to the pros, I'm not, now I'm transferring. So there's already a ton of talk because of his girlfriend, one of the Instagram celebrities there with the Miami Hurricanes, the basketball player. So people are thinking he's going to join his girlfriend in Miami. Miami have the money, obviously, and they brought in Cam Ward last year. But I saw reports today, Brent, that Ohio State and that Texas Tech actually might put a lot of money on the table for this. What are you hearing as far as Carson Beck is concerned? Do you think he ends up at Miami like everybody else?
Yeah, I'm hearing Miami a little bit too with that. But Gabe, here's my concern with this. What I want to know is, and maybe he does know right now, how soon can he get healthy? How soon? Look, I get the fact, and you and I talked about this the other day. The NFL was not going to draft him right after an injury because they don't know, and they didn't know how long it would take as far as the rehab is concerned. Hopefully he'll be back. He'll be ready for September. I mean, they can do great things right now with the technology they have got. But look, that raised some eyebrows here, especially with Gunnar Stockton. It's obvious now, Gabe, it's Gunnar's team that we saw against the Irish, and he played pretty well in that game. But as you know, Carson Beck's from here in Jacksonville, played at Mandarin High School. So it's going to be fascinating to see where that goes. But it was obvious his time at Georgia is over.
And not to mention what a unique situation it is for Quinn Ewers, in which there's a lot of talk about Quinn Ewers. I mean, you're playing for a national championship. You're in the semifinals for the second straight year in a row, so people should look up and be, like, happy of what you've done. Yet it sort of reminds me as a Michigan fan, we're going back, but remember, Brent, and it's funny, I had Tom Brady's father on the show before, and they still are bitter about it. That's what makes the Bradys. Sure. But basically, people were like glad when Brady was gone because Drew Henson was coming in. It was like Drew Henson was like the number one superstar quarterback in the history of quarterbacks at the time. It was like, this kid is the next number one pick in the draft. He's this, he's that. He's unbelievable. And he's going to be Michigan's next quarterback. And he was very good, except he was also a very good baseball player. And George Steinbrenner called him and said, kid, you're not going to make any money doing this stuff. Like, I'll give you $5 million right now. He took the money and he quit football. He tried to play baseball. I think they wrote the movie Trouble with the Curve about him, basically. Like, he couldn't hit. So he was in the minors. Remember, he came back in the supplemental draft. The Houston Texans took him in the first round. He was okay. But, but my point is, you got Arch Manning there. They're looking to push, Ewers out, short of it. I guess if he wins the title, he goes to the pros. Yeah. Could he transfer? Where do you think Ewers is going to be next year?
I think he's going to the NFL is where I think he's going. Now I will say this about Ewers. There are times you kind of wonder about him, but I'll say this: in the game last week, I mean, Gabe, he made 2 touchdown passes that some of the guys in the NFL can't make. So I give him a lot of credit for that. And they're ready for Arch. He's bided his time. And look, at some point, and fans may not understand this sometimes. I know you do, but you've got to be able to move on with your quarterback room. They certainly don't want Arch Manning to leave, and I don't think he will. I think he's going to stay there because he knows it's his turn next. So, I think Ewers probably goes to the NFL.
I don't disagree with that. So the clock is beginning to quickly tick for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. They pick up a critical first down on a 3rd and 3, a little dump off, old school Tim Tebow play there from Leonard. Huh?
Yeah,
dance
really.
around.
Yeah.
I can't help but think, Brent. Seeing this stadium at Hard Rock, I was there for the remember when it was Sam Bradford and Tim Tebow, Oklahoma and Florida national championship game. I was there at the Hard Rock Stadium.
Great place. Certainly about 5 hours away from Jacksonville. Their weather there is going to be a lot better than the weather tomorrow night. It's going to be in Dallas. I can certainly tell you that.
Snowstorms there. It's bizarre.
Really? Yeah, I know. It really is. Now, Gabe, here's your strategy here. The way Penn State's moving the ball, would Notre Dame be wise here? Take your time, mix your plays, cut down on Penn State the number of possessions they would have.
Well, let me ask you this, Brent, because we only got a minute left. We got to get Cam Stewart back in. Let me ask you this, Brent. Speaking of old school, Jimmy Johnson, Tom Osborne, if you're Notre Dame, you go down the field, let's say you milk the clock, there's, there's 20 seconds left. Do you go for 2 in the win?
Yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. Look, if you get down the field and you score with the momentum you've got, I think you've got to think about that. If
there's 3 minutes left, if they score the next play, no. But you know what I mean, Brian? If there's 30 seconds or 20 seconds left, it's like, all right, guys, you want to go to overtime or you want to run a QB sneak in for a trip to the title? I'd take my chances on the QB sneak from the 3-yard line.
I would. I would too. I agree with that because the way Penn State's played in the second half, their offense has woken up a little bit.
You're not stopping Tyler Warren in overtime on that short field either.
No, absolutely not. No,
if I was something to think about, it could be big drama here. Hey, Brent,
sure
you're the best. Always a pleasure. We'll catch up next week, Brent.
Good. Take care.
Oh, look at Jeremiah Love. Actually got a couple of yards out of that.
He sure did, didn't he? Lord.
The boys of summer become the champions of fall. The World Series is on its way, and SportsGrid brings you every angle. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts, in-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more, all in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime, on the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Moritzi on SportsRage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1977, Super Bowl 11 at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. The Oakland Raiders beat the Minnesota Vikings 32-14. Wide receiver Fred Biletnikoff is named the game's MVP, and Oakland rushed for 266 yards. For the Vikings, it's their fourth Super Bowl loss, and third time in 4 years they lost the big game.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
Everybody's fighting for your attention. And all you want is some no-nonsense information. We hear you. And you should hear us. We're your trusted source for gaming, odds, and more. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
And just like that, this game has gone over the number. You gotta be effing kidding me. I don't believe what I just saw. I don't believe what I just saw. Wow. 24-24. 48 points put up on the board. Game goes over the number. We've got some teasers that this is like precariously close to imploding on us right now. I got under 52.5 in this game. I got Notre Dame on the teaser at under 52.5. At this point, it's like, all right, you know what I mean? All right, Notre Dame, lose the game by 3, or I need somebody to win by 3 here on the way out. I do not, normally it's funny, we're always crying for overtime. I do not want overtime. I got a teaser under 55.5 that's going to blow up in my face as well right now. In-game total all the way up to 54.5. An unbelievable turn of events. It was 10-3 at the half. They have scored a combined 35 points in the second half. They have scored 28 points in the fourth quarter. Combined 28 points in the fourth quarter, 24-24 right now. And dare I say, but it's pretty clear that Notre Dame left Penn State way too much time. Now, I'm not saying don't score. They broke the big play. There's always touchdowns on the break. And I lost my under 4.5 touchdowns because there's been freaking 5 touchdowns here in the second half. So that is imploded. The teasers are about to implode right now. And I got a big play on tomorrow night's game was going to be the higher scoring game cam. Now suddenly I got pressure. Now I got to go into tomorrow thinking, oh, God, I need like 50. Like I need points now tomorrow in this game. I cannot believe what has happened in this football game, bro, that this turned into this.
When I left and it started slowing down again, it was 10-10. I'm like, excellent. So let's just
it was 10-10 with like 4 minutes left in the third. You're right. It got all like,
no, it got nuts.
Slow down again.
And then the other problem was it was like interference. If the Notre Dame defender turns around, that's not pass interference. We get a pick. This game's going under. But
hold on, Kim. Hold on.
That's
I just
the way
want
it
to
goes.
punch this guy in the face, this Capital One guy. Now they got the Capital One guy juggling oranges. Hey, I'm the Capital One bank guy. How do I grow up to be like you? Like, God, like just, come on. Get off my screen.
Sorry, I thought you were going to say something. So it's like, it's the Capital One guy. I'm like, what happened? Oh, yeah, that guy's the worst.
It's the Capital. No, it's like the Capital One guy. All right, I can see him in commercials. Like, I get it. You're the sponsor. Like, at least wait till after the game. But a Capital One guy in his blue blazers juggling oranges, waiting to give the trophy out here. So 24-24, in-game total 54.5. Listen, the Penn State, I got Notre Dame teased to +8, and I got under 52.5. And I also got the Notre Dame under 55.5 teaser as well. I'm hoping, if I don't want this game to go to overtime, Cam. Like, if Penn State marches down the field, kick a field goal, win the game 27-24, I'll live with it, and we'll move on. But I'd prefer if Notre Dame won just because I have money on Notre Dame, to win the game outright. Like, I got Notre Dame +1 as well, not just the teaser. Penn State just got a 5-yard penalty on first down, so game on the line. But this game's going overtime, bro.
That super teaser is the only thing I got. Yeah, so I got Notre Dame +14, Penn State +12, Ohio State +7, Texas +19.
Super
That's
teasers.
Good.
What the hell are you playing?
Yeah,
13-point teasers you're playing?
Yeah,
14-point teasers.
$400. 13.4 gamer. This is the only thing that's like, this thing is
13 pointers.
Gabe, I'm telling you, Notre Dame +14, Penn State +12, Ohio State +7, Texas +19. Next one.
Oh, yeah, you're playing there's a big move.
No, Penn State +12, under 59. This Texas game tomorrow. Holy jeez, man. I need under 53 in this game, too, for our regular teasers. Notre Dame +8, under 53. Penn State +6, under. You're right. Field goal, Gabe. Field goal. If it ends with a field, I don't even care who gets it now. Just no touchdown. No touchdown. Field goal.
Yeah, the teasers will survive if there's just a field goal here.
If it ends with a field goal.
And Notre Dame blows up. I'm not happy about the way this game is imploded like this. I'm not getting murdered that much. Like, I didn't go crazy on the under because I was like, no, I'm going to go with the teasers just for a little bit of insurance in case this happens.
Your love touchdown. What a
and a Singleton touchdown. And a Singleton touchdown.
Yeah.
And I got some other props that I haven't really checked in on. Ideally, Cam, I'd prefer, to be honest, if Notre Dame could stop them, and then Notre Dame's the one that kicks the field.
That's fine.
That's the best case scenario.
That is the best case scenario. But the problem is here, it's 3:42, and overtime will screw everything we've done. Like, that's the whole thing. You know what? Sometimes
Notre Dame will lose in overtime, too. Penn State, Warren won't be stopped in overtime. Just give the ball to this guy over and over.
The point is, we need under 53 is the best case scenario, and I'll have a wicked night. Just no
big
BS.
Stop. Big stop, Irish. Ronald Reagan, win one for the Gipper.
This game's going
out there and win one for the Gipper.
This is a disaster, man. It's going to go to overtime. I can't handle this tonight. Islanders scored 1-0.
Yeah, this is going to end up going to overtime. I told you, it's going to end up at like 68 points or something. No, you know what it'll be, Cam? I got 50. We got 50. You got 59.5. I got 55.5. It'll just beat us. It'll get to just 60 or 56 or something. It'll be like, of course, we lose by half a point with the teaser.
The only smart thing I did, Gabe, was the super teaser. No totals, just sides. That's the way to go.
You're right. I don't have a lot of confidence in Notre Dame marching 80 yards down the field here in 3 minutes.
No. No, Gabe. No. Like, I'm just
maybe they can pop a run and get a field goal.
Actually, their kicker, I will say this about their kicker, Jeter. Remember, the guy went through a lot in his life, right? And he transferred
Jeter's all right. He's all right. Yeah.
He is. He had a really rough spell, but I think he's a good guy. He's also battled, and recently he's been good. So if we can get Jeter, I think he hit the long field goal prop because it was 41, not 40.5 as well, off the top of my head. Is that not correct? You won that.
I don't know if I hit the long field goal prop. I said 39 off the top of my head because I thought they were on the 22-yard.
It was 41. It was 41 with Jeter. I'm almost positive. Check it.
Let me see.
I know I'm right.
I bet the over 40.5. Let's see, is kick
41.
Yeah, there we go. 41. I won by half a yard.
Hey, Gabe.
Nice. See, that was a good bet, though. 40.5.
Yeah. Let's go.
Hey, guys, tomorrow,
here.
one thing with the Texas Longhorns, guys, they always have good kickers. Look for tomorrow, the long field goal prop in that. Plus, it's at Jerry's World Indoors.
Auburn.
They'll be...
Red-headed
Oh, yeah, it's that kid. Hey,
he's actually good when he hit the bar versus Arizona State. He had a good year, though.
Yeah. I won't hold it against him.
Winning isn't a mystery. It requires strategy, a plan, and a few hours a week listening to us. So stop freaking out. Get the winning edge. Keep it here on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Do you use the expensive blue or yellow pills to charge your sex life? Are you thinking about it? What if we can promise you the same results for less than $3 a pill? If you're paying $20 a pill for the other pills, you're getting taken to the cleaners. Our pills deliver the exact same results for less than $3. You'll save more than $16 a pill for the same results. And right now, radio callers will get 44 blue or yellow pills for $120 with free discreet shipping. You can save more than $700 off pharmacy prices. Charge your sex life now and save a ton of money. Call now and get your 44 pills and save over $700 and qualify for free shipping. Stop overpaying and call right now.
Paid for by Steel Man Pills. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. That's 800-823-3851.
When you take a risk, preparation is important. It makes your chances of success so much greater. SportsGrid is your preparation. Bringing you sports gaming strategies and information 7 days a week. Don't take a chance without us. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Well, we got big drama here. And, you know, last year, I was at the game, and it went to overtime. Michigan and Alabama went to overtime in the national semifinal last year. So it's not, it's kind of, these teams are evenly matched, man, when you get this far. You get the big boys playing against each other, you're going to get evenly matched football games. You saw that last year with Alabama and Michigan. It came down to a play. And this game has come down to a couple of plays back and forth. I don't think these two teams are on Alabama or Michigan's level that they were last year, but they don't have to be. They're not playing last year's team, so it doesn't matter. Now we'll see if Notre Dame can end this in classic fashion. They got 2 minutes, so they got time. Time's not really a factor for them. They just got stuffed on a 2nd and 2, though, so now it becomes a critical play, and their field goal kicker could come into play. As Cam stated, Jeter could come into play for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. He already hit a 41-yarder. I don't know. He's a college kicker. I don't know. Let me see what his long is on the year. I would imagine, I don't know, like 47, 48.
Yeah.
And
he had an injury. Remember, he's actually an interesting story. He transferred to Notre Dame. I think he was from NC State, and he had a huge groin injury, and it was a big problem. And he really struggled for a bit, but then he found his form kind of recently. So, he already nutted a couple kicks. The last game, too, Gabe, against Georgia, he looked pretty good. And tonight he kicked the 41-yarder. So let's hope
his
Peter
season,
can get into orange. Yep.
His season long is 49 yards.
Oh, 49's good. I got no problem with
that. And he did that in bad weather. That was against Notre Dame against Indiana in the playoff game. And you know what? He hit a 48-yarder against Georgia. So
exactly.
This is nice conditions. This is Miami here. Everything's fine. So, all right, 50 yards and in, right? His 49 yards he's hit. I mean, it doesn't mean he couldn't hit a 52-yarder, but then you're getting into NFL level type stuff. But, you know, we've seen a lot of kickers drill 56-yarders in this college stuff. All right, a player's hurt on Penn State right now. We got a $1:26 left. Notre Dame do have a first down right now. I think this could happen, guys. It's going to come down to Cam whether Jeter makes the kick or not.
My bad, Gabe. I forgot. I got the schools mixed up. He was a South Carolina Gamecock and then transferred to Notre Dame. But, yeah, Mitch Jeter's a lot of injuries in his career. Got offers from Furman, East Carolina, ended up here. And you know what? He's been really decent at the end of the season. So I would love to see him kick a game-winning field goal for Notre Dame. It would be a nice story for a kid that's battled injuries his whole career.
People often wonder if he's related to
he's not
related to Derek Jeter. He's not. I could have sworn though he's got a he had a father or something named Yogi.
Yeah, I don't know what his father does. He's some kind of what's the story again? I'm trying to remember.
I thought there was another. I thought they were Yankee fans, but there's no. Despite having the same last name, Notre Dame kicker may have no relation. Mitch parents and Andrew and Stacy Jeter grew up in North Carolina. Derek Jeter's family famously from New Jersey and Michigan.
Yeah. Kalamazoo.
Blah, blah, blah. I thought there was like a Yogi story in there, but oh boy. Keith Jackson. Whoa, Nelly.
Oh.
Hands to the face. Penn State.
Yeah.
Not the time to be getting the hands up. Oh, he got him way up too. Hey, I would feel sorry. Yeah, I would feel exactly. I'd feel sorry and say, don't call that now. Yeah, you just screwed Notre Dame on that interception before, right? That was a garbage call, bro.
Twice. The other one too that they called interception. I thought the guy it was. This is the thing with DBs. If you don't turn around, you're done. Even if you don't do anything on the play, that's the whole thing. Like the best find ways to look back at the ball, but. I thought Notre Dame, remember, Gabe, earlier in the game, the pass interference call led to a Penn State touchdown.
Oh, you can't take a sack here, Riley, whatever you do, bro. Oh, then Riley. I need 8 yards. Remember, I gave you guys before the game started, I said Bet365 had the odds boost all the way up to plus 150.
Run, Riley.
And I needed 50 or more receiving yards from Tyler Warren. He's got 72. And Riley Leonard was at 22. It's going to be super close. Right now, he's probably going to take off a couple of more times here, though, that they get in the field goal range to set up the field goal, etc. So I think we might have a puncher's chance. But, of course, if he gets sacked, I lose the yards. That's the frustrating. That's the thing with this. I never understand that. But, oh, boy, we're going to a commercial. So, in other words, something dramatic's going to happen.
Better be good.
Nice play by Leonard, dodging it. Oh, my God, nice play. Throw it away. Beautiful play by Riley Leonard, avoiding a disaster there. Sack would have been catastrophic.
Oh, God.
Oh, he's at 30 right now. We need 30 or more. As long as he doesn't take a sack, we're going to win this.
Dispensing little pearls of sports strategy wisdom like gumballs from the machine where your dad used to take you for a haircut when you were a kid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
money line.
I think Raheem Morris would deserve to be fired way more than Gerard Mayo. Your season is on the line, and Bryce Young is out there essentially going to get a statue built in Carolina at the end of that football game.
If you would have said that Bijan went nuts, Penix looked great, you had 535 yards or whatever it was on offense, and you lost. From an Atlanta perspective, Raheem Morris, you deserve to get fired today.
Catch Moneyline with Donnie Rightside and Kevin Walsh. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific, on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circa Sports Million, Circa Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With 2 former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
There, Sporto. We know you've been hurt in the past. Big stations with big promises lied to you, suckered you in. We don't do that.
We're the real deal.
You can take our information to the bank. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency.
Rage all you want.
Whoa, boy. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish had an opportunity to win this football game. They got cross midfield, and this is one thing, too. You get your hopes up with these props, but quarterback rushing yard props in college football, you get screwed over. Like, if you get sacked, they count the minus yards. So we got to 30, and I was like, as long as they get sacked, we're going to win a nice bet, plus 150. Of course, he gets sacked on the next play. So the last thing you could do, took you out of field goal range. They were kind of far anyways. And now they've opened up the door for Penn State. Penn State still have 2 timeouts left, and they got 38 seconds in and ticking. All right, they just called a timeout. I don't know. Maybe they didn't. Maybe there was the ref stoppage here. But if I'm Penn State, I'm at all freaking costs wanting to avoid overtime here. And you really don't have anything to lose if you're Penn State. You can run the ball a little bit here. You got 2 timeouts. They stopped the clock briefly now in college football still, like with under 2 minutes remaining. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I was just going to say, and if you're Penn State, you can take a shot down the field, but if you do it, you go deep, right? Because whatever, dude, there's 20 seconds left, 30 seconds left. You go deep. They get the ball in their own 15. They're just going to take a knee. What you don't do is what Drew Aller just did and throw it over the middle of the field. Notre Dame interception. This is getting wild. This is getting crazy. And now Notre Dame have another shot at this, and they got 33 seconds left. And Notre Dame have all 3 timeouts left. They're on the 42-yard line right now. You got 3 timeouts, you're on the 42-yard line. Run the football. Run the football. Right? Listen, you're on the 42. You need 10 yards, right? We were just talking about the kid's season long is 49. You want to, you don't want to make it too hard on him. But, you can't, he's not making a 59-yarder from the 42 right now. But you got 3 timeouts, and that's an interception. Beautiful, beautiful catch. Beautiful catch. Beautiful catch. And, and if you're Drew Aller, it was a beautiful catch, but Aller just can't make that throw, bro. You got the season on the line, the championship on the line. You can't just casually throw the ball over the middle of the field like that, man. And that's what he did. They're reviewing it right now, but it's an interception. The ball didn't hit the ground. I mean, the refs have been screwing around the last couple of minutes here, but it's clearly an interception. And like I said, the ball's on like the 42-yard line. So you got 3 timeouts. You don't have to worry about the clock. You can run the ball. So it's not like, you know what I mean? Run the ball, pick up 3-4 yards. Run the ball, pick up a couple of yards. Just get this thing, quicker. And for the love of God, if you're going to throw the ball, throw it sideways. Don't if you're going to throw the ball, do one of those quick little, quick boom, side things. Let the guy run after the catch. But I would, it would be criminal. Ooh, okay. Riley Leonard's trying to get us some of those yards back. Love the play call, coach. Nice and simple. Do it again. Do it again with Riley Leonard. They just snapped the ball to Leonard, and he ran up the middle for a couple of yards. Do it again. Well, what's Leonard at right now, too, man? This is torture with this when you bet the quarterback rushing yard prop stuff. It goes from, like, you go up, you go down. Like I said, he was at 30, then he got sacked. Now he's at 32. We might be able to hit this because he shouldn't get sacked now because they shouldn't throw the football now. Right? Like, if I was Notre Dame, I would run the same damn play you just did. Mix it up a little bit if you want, but generally, whatever. Just tell Leonard, just snap the ball, don't fumble it, fall forward, see what you can get out of this. If you can, pop it for 6 or 7, even better, but don't do anything crazy. Wow, big-time drama right now. 29 seconds left, 2nd and 5. And the football right now is on the Penn State 37-yard line. Still too far for a field goal. They could, they could try it, but they need more yards. Massive play here. They run the same play. They just direct snap to Riley Leonard, and he's trying to pick up some yards running it. He picked up about 2. All right, so you got a big 3rd down coming up here. 23 seconds left in the football game now. It's getting super serious. Now, as of now, it's a 52-yard field goal. So it's 3rd down. Run the ball again. Don't do anything stupid. Don't make it a 52-yard field goal unless you have to. I would run the football again here. I don't mind giving it to Jeremiah Love, though. It doesn't have to be to Riley over and over here. I don't mind, smashing it with Love. He's hard to tackle. He could fall forward for 3-4, and then you turn it into a 47, 48-yard field goal, and you hope for the best. A lot of pressure going to be on the field goal kicker here. Mitch Jeter. For the record, he's 3 for 6 in his career of 50 or longer field goals, and his career long is 53. His season long this year is 49. His career long is 53. I can tell you right now, he looks nervous as hell on the sideline. And if I was Notre Dame, somebody should be around him. I know it's the old don't talk to the pitcher with the no-hitter and stuff, but the kid's like pacing back and forth alone right now. Oh, they're throwing the ball. They threw the ball. Ballsy play, and a play that might win them a spot in the national championship game. Riley Leonard steps up with a little old school Tim Tebow, just nothing fancy. Basically, it was a basketball pass. He spikes the ball as the Notre Dame Fighting Irish have 1 timeout left. I'm not really sure why he spiked the ball there. There was no need to spike the ball there. All right, you got the timeouts. You could have just all right, now Notre Dame are getting a little chaotic on the sidelines here. Freeman's kind of freaking out, yelling at everybody. Telling everybody, stay on the field, stay on the field. All right, so they're down to 16 seconds left. Yeah, you're not close enough there. Like, I don't know why you wasted the down there really on that. Plus, time's not really a factor, but get it closer, guys. Like, you're on, you know what I mean? Get it closer. All right, so Leonard didn't try to get it closer. He just spotted it on the hash mark that they like. They were on the left hash. He just moved it over. He just sort of scrambled over to the right side and got tackled willingly. How many yards did he lose on that? Please tell me. We got over 30 at plus 150. Remember when that same game parlay? It's going to be close. Oh, he's at 33 rush yards right now. All right, so we're over by 3. And there's 10 seconds left. Oh, they just popped it back up to 14. Drew Aller looks extremely distraught on the sidelines after that interception. All right, so you got 14 seconds, and Notre Dame still have their timeout left. So they're in a 3rd and 10 right now. If I was Notre Dame, I would still like to get this closer. You just danced with the devil. You threw the football on the last play there. You pulled it off. Don't get too cute here and stupid. Like, you know what I mean? You got the timeout. It's 3rd down. I like the fact, though, that they're not trying to kick on 3rd down. I think that's stupid, right? You know what I mean? Whatever. If something's going to implode, it's going to implode. But pick up another couple of more yards here. I would run it up the middle here with Leonard. And that's what they do. Push them forward. Exactly. It's exactly what I would have done. They did it. They basically did the brotherly shove. They just snapped the ball and pushed Leonard forward for a couple of more. Now it's 4th down, so this is it. It's Mitch Jeter time. Well, the name Jeter has made a lot of big plays in big-time games in sports history before. We'll see. Here's an opportunity. you're in a good spot if you're this kid. It's not like an impossibly hard kick to make. There's more upside. You're going to be the hero if you make it. You know what I mean? If you miss, it's not good, but you know what I mean? It's not like they're throwing you out here with a 55-yarder on the line or something. How long is this going to be exactly? The ball is on the 25. I think they might have got a couple of yards further here. Let's see. Of course, we're going to a break as we're going to kick the kick. You got to be kidding me. You can't make this up. They're about to kick the kick. Of course, huh? Why? Why does this happen all the time?
Winning Edge benefit number 45. Finally fulfilling your dream of standing on a bar and telling the crowd, this round's on me. And mean it. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Carver and Lisi.
All right, hotshot. You want to talk smack with your partner? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Look up and look at me. You're saying that I'm not into it? I laid this 7.5 with Illinois. Now what are you going to say? At least my money's where my mouth is. You want to talk all this garbage? Penn State sucks in hoops. I look at numbers, old school, gut. A little pinch between your cheek and gum.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
How would you like to get high-speed internet for your home for less than $2 a day? That's right. For about $50 a month, you'll get lightning-fast internet. Are you paying less than $50 a month right now for your internet? Then call Whole Home Connect right now for blazing fast internet at $50 a month with no price increases, no hidden fees, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees. It's a great deal. And guess what? You can try it for 15 days. If you don't like it, you get your money back. But you're going to love it, and you're going to love the price. Internet for your home for $50 a month. That's less than $2 a day. Plus, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees, and our 15-day guarantee. Call now. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. That's 800-797-1292.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Apparently, some of you are confusing the winning edge with luck. And we say nay, nay. The winning edge is sports gaming strategies and information you can use to create your own luck. Step 1, keep it here. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Wow. Well, of course, the big dramatic thing had to happen as we go to the commercial break. The field goal is good. The field goal is good, and there's 4 seconds left right now. I didn't understand that last play. You got 10 seconds left. Penn State just sort of threw like a dump off. Like, dude, you got to heave it down the field and pray right now. So that's what they're going to have to do. I've got Drew Aller under passing yards in this football game. He's at 139 right now, so I don't want him to hit like a 70-yarder or anything stupid. God, they just did a little hook and ladder. All right, they're into the Stanford band mode here. And Aller, just typical with Aller. They threw it. They completed the pass to Warren. He laddered it to somebody. It ended up in Aller's head, and he just sailed it over someone's head out of bounds. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish are making the national championship game for the first time since 2013. 27-24 final score. Game turned into a classic. Man, there were 38 points scored in the second half. There were 31 points scored in the fourth quarter of this football game. 27-24. The game goes over the 45.5. And, of course, Notre Dame closes plus 1.5 point underdogs. Penn State have nothing to hang their heads about. They played their asses off. Played a great football game. I don't want to blame the quarterback. You don't want to blame people, but Aller really, really, really screwed up. Like, it was like both quarterbacks, both with the interceptions at the worst times. But Aller right there at the end of the game, you just can't throw the ball over the middle of the field like that. And Mitch Jeter makes them pay. Riley Leonard ends up with 33 rush yards. We hit the same game parlay as well. And somehow we survived. All things considering, not too bad. The teaser hits to under 52.5, and all the under 55.5s are alive and well. Notre Dame win, Cam. I thought we had. I see him, but he's struggling right now. Maybe he's celebrating. Seems like he has a sort of a grin on his face. He seems to be happy about the outcome. Like I said, all things considered, I mean, there could have been some worst case scenarios here. Worst case scenario would have been this game goes to overtime and then Penn State wins and the games go over and all the teasers get blown up. So as I stated, all things considering, not too bad. We did pretty well, actually. We lose the total. We hit Penn State. The teasers are alive. We hit the Drew Aller under 186.5 passing yards. We hit 2 touchdown scorer props. There's a couple of wide receiver props, though, that we got to check in on here. We hit the same game parlay at plus 150, which that was a nice one. That's always, not every odds boost is going to be a good one, but I try to identify and post the ones that I like, and I did tonight for you guys. It was Riley Leonard over 30 or more rush yards and Tyler Warren 50 or more receiving yards. Warren finished with 72. Leonard finished with 33. We lost that the Mitch Evans one. We lost the tight end prop of Notre Dame. He went over on like one catch. That screwed us over there. All right. Faison was a big one. I didn't play it. I played the Deuce Collins kid. Deuce Collins did not have a catch. We might get our money back for that, actually. I don't even know if I saw him on the field. So might actually get paid for that. But 27-24 final score. So like I said, all things considering for all those teasers and everything, it was the best case scenario that Notre Dame ends up winning. And now it sets me up tomorrow. It's not the end of the world. I didn't think there'd be 51 points in this game, but I got to top 51 or more tomorrow. 51 will be a push. I got to get 52 or more points in this football game tomorrow. And ironically enough, Cam, the total is 53. So basically, I need this game to go over tomorrow. Can I win that bet?
I got to be honest, though. That interception, you said it. Best case scenario. Drew Aller, that play, I haven't seen him make a play like that in a really long time. The one thing about him is sometimes he overthrows guys, Gabe, but it was really weird. Like, you know what I mean? Usually he throws the ball away, but it's kids, it's pressure, and Notre Dame, when push came to shove, what a great defensive play, and then they get it done. And I told you, Jeter, this kid, his dad's a chiropractor, right? And he had a lot of problems going on, leg, back, the works, and he nutted that kick. That was a pressure kick, man. For a college kid, 41 yards, game to go to the national championship. Let's give him some love.
Big time. You know what? Big time. And, great job by everyone on Notre Dame late. They made plays. The defense made the play when they had to. Riley Leonard with the the last little rush yards, squeezed out as many yards as they could, put the kicker in a position. The kicker delivers. Jeter delivers. So the Notre Dame Fighting Irish are off to the national championship game. And there are numbers up already, guys. There were hypothetical numbers up for this game. And Notre Dame were underdogs. They're getting like 6.5 against Ohio State here. Let's get some numbers up here. Let's see. Futures hypothetical. There we go. Hypothetical. NCAA playoffs. All right. Now I'll get you a number in a second. So it's 6 and 53 tomorrow.
Let's guess, Gabe. Let's guess. If Texas wins, what do you think the number will be? Texas were minus. I saw it yesterday. I saw it earlier in the day. Texas were like minus 3.5, and Ohio State were minus 6.5. I'm looking right now at FanDuel right now. For the record, Texas are now 5.5, not 6. I'm seeing 6s elsewhere. They have a total of 52.5 right now.
Future national championship odds, Ohio State minus 150, Notre Dame plus 260, Texas plus 400 right now. We'll get you the hypothetical numbers up in a moment. All right, George Kurtz is going to step up and in on the other side. We told him to wait for the end of the college football game. And we got Kurt stepping up and in. Big Card Julio. We'll get Cam back in the final couple of minutes so he can give his Texas and Ohio State picks. Wild football game tonight.
What a game.
Great game.
Amazing.
It's like last year. It was a great Alabama and Michigan. It was a great game. This game started off a little slow, but definitely lived up to the hype. George Kurtz next. Sports Rage Game Day.
We never stop giving you the winning edge. Sports gaming strategies, insights, and information.
24/7.
We haven't seen the sun in weeks. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Moneyline at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Moritzi on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find Sports Grid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on Sports Grid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1977, Super Bowl 11 at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. The Oakland Raiders beat the Minnesota Vikings 32-14. Wide receiver Fred Biletnikoff is named the game's MVP, and Oakland rushed for 266 yards. For the Vikings, it's their fourth Super Bowl loss, and third time in 4 years they lost the big game.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
Money line.
The moment where the Green Bay Packers thought, we have a chance to avoid Philadelphia, get the quarterback back in the game who we absolutely benched because we didn't want him to get hurt any further. We need you to win this game, only to see Chicago Bears go right down the field and kick a field goal to beat them. That was a tough day for the Packers with a lot of roller coaster of emotions.
Catch Moneyline with Donnie Rightside and Kevin Walsh. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network. Remember when your high school football coach would ride you hard, just waiting for you to screw up, and he'd tell you to take a lap? Again? And then you didn't play football. No, that's cool. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Man. What was a 10-3 football game turns into a 27-24 classic. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish rolling on to the national championship game, Ohio State and Texas tomorrow night. And listen, I know a lot of people think Ohio State are going to roll tomorrow, but I think this is going to be a competitive football game, and I think we're going to have another entertaining game. I'm under pressure now. I did bet that there'll be more points in Friday night's game than tonight's game, and it was looking good. It was 10-3 at the half. Explodes, 27-24 final score. We got the college football playoff game tomorrow night. Then we roll into the NFL playoffs all the way through to Monday. Of course, the game has been moved to Arizona as expected. George Kurtz steps up and in. How you doing tonight, George?
Doing well. Actually caught the end of the game here, so I want props for that. I guess as a bettor, you're happy that game didn't go to overtime, right? Because then your total points would have ballooned up maybe twice as much as what it was here. So it was a good game at the end. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, not to mention that I teased Notre Dame. I had Notre Dame +8 under 52.5. Overtime would have doomed me. And yeah, overtime would have been the worst case scenario. And we were on Notre Dame as well. And it looked like, like Penn State could win the football game. And it was like, all right, maybe we can just hit the teasers. The best case scenario ended up happening. But super exciting football game. Tomorrow night's game, I think, will be a must watch as well. with Texas and Ohio State. And I'm going to need that game. I need 52 points. I need 51 for the push, 52 tomorrow. And the total happens to be 53 in that game, 52.5 at some books right now. But the NFL playoffs are rapidly approaching. We're in college football mode right now. But George, I know, has his eye on the NFL. Chargers and Texans. You know, this game is almost a lesson or a warning. And even though it's college and NFL are different, but a classic example of, there's not going to be any points scored. The game's going to be low scoring. It's going to go under. 42.5 is not a lot of points. Like 24-21 gets you to 45 and gets over the number. Or hell, 23-20 gets you over this number. This under could be a trap with the Chargers and Texans.
I agree. I'd be happier with it. It was a couple of points higher, 44.5, maybe 45.5, 42. If you said it's not a great number here, especially. I don't know how you feel about this, but in NFL playoff games, usually if teams go down, they do silly things in the second half, which could lead to points either way. You know, you're making turnovers here, you're hitting big plays yourself. So I always worry about that. The Chargers are a good defense. The Texans are not. You know, the Chargers could score some points here. So I like the Chargers to win. All right, I'm still on that, but the 42.5 is going to frighten me a little bit here. I think I'm going to prefer to put my money in props more than the under.
Pittsburgh Steelers are getting 10. Not a lot of people want to trust the Steelers in this game. I think Baltimore is going to roll. Yeah, you know what? Logically, that sort of makes sense. But the fact is, Baltimore have really struggled in playoff games. Right? Their offense hasn't been the same. In fact, 3 times, George, in the last 4 years, they've scored their lowest amount of points in a game in the playoff game. Right? They scored 10 at Buffalo, 12 in another game. In KC, they couldn't score. And I know it's Pittsburgh aren't this, they're not that. They've lost 4 in a row. It's still a leap of faith to believe that the Ravens are going to smoke them by 10, in my opinion, although everybody's jumping on the Baltimore bandwagon.
If this was poker, I'd call this a crying call. I'm gonna cry about it, but I'm gonna take the points of Pittsburgh. All right. I said earlier in the week, I don't feel great about it. I think Baltimore is the better team, but no Zay Flowers, right? He's out. I think that does hurt the offense somewhat. I think it could be a very good game for Mark Andrews, likely, and Bateman as well here. Of course, Derrick Henry. So I'll be happy with the props on those. I'm the first person to admit, Gabe, that Pittsburgh offense is awful. All right, it's not clicking of late here. If Russell Wilson's not hitting those lollipop throws, those rainbow throws here, they're not going to score points here. Still, it's just too many. The history tells us this game will be somewhat close. Maybe I need a backdoor cover in the fourth quarter, garbage time touchdown, but I'm going to take the points.
Yeah, it's hard not to. Like I said, you're getting double digits. A quick touchdown by the Steelers. Their defense can step up. No Zay Flowers in this game, but Mark Andrews has been a monster as of late. He really has been. I've always thought that people are Mark Andrews always hurt or there's never really in sync. He's in sync right now, so they can do damage. This total, I'm more interested in the over, George, at 43.5. I think there'll be points. And the worst case scenario, too, if Baltimore does blow them out, then it will go over the number.
I probably like the Baltimore team total more than the over in the game here. I just worry about Pittsburgh's 13. I just feel they may only get 13, then I need 31 from Baltimore. That's asking a lot here. But I do, and that doesn't help me. To get the over, what do I need? 27-20? I don't know if Pittsburgh can get that high. I need it to be more of a 20-13 game.
No, you don't know. You don't need, that's 47. You don't need that much. We'll hit this some more on the other side. Let's roll.
Fall is here. It's getting cooler. Football and the World Series are coming in. Life is good. SportsGrid makes it better. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thanks Thank you.
800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. That's 800-365-6303.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Fall is almost here. It's time to stow the lawnmower and get ready for all that glorious action coming your way. Stay tuned to SportsGrid for all the strategies, angles, and info you need to get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
SportsRage Game Day. The marathon continues. We've been with you since 7:24 Eastern Time this evening. Great football game, though. Absolutely a great football game tonight between the Penn State Nittany Lions and the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Listen, Drew Aller's going to have all offseason to think about and regret that interception. He's already announced he's going back to Penn State. Penn State are going to be a dangerous football team again next year. Part of the process. You got to get to the playoffs and learn and lose and and climb the ladder. Brett Beard was with us earlier and he brought up, will people like, James Franklin can't win a big game? Give him credit. Like, it's not, it's not easy to win a national championship. A lot of good college football teams. They made it to the Final Four. So there's nothing but, I'm going to tip my cap to the Penn State Nittany Lions. Great season. And the Notre Dame Fighting Irish now are off to the national championship game for the first time since 2013. Listen, either way, people are going to watch. Ohio State, Notre Dame, but Texas, Notre Dame would be a geographical, better sort of brand matchup for the college football playoff. All right, so NFL playoffs. George Kurtz in the house with us. The Buffalo Bills and the Broncos. This point spread's been all over the place. It was 7.5. It opened up at 7.5. It quickly moved to 8.5. It actually hit 9 last night, and now I'm seeing 8.5s again right now. Total's 47.5 in this game. This is another game, George, where, well, listen, you don't agree. I think there's going to be points in the Pittsburgh-Baltimore game. I think Pittsburgh can give us more than 13. But Denver-Buffalo, there should be points in this game. Like, I like the over 47.5, and I do think Buffalo are going to cover.
I think Buffalo wins the game, absolutely. Buffalo scored more than 30 points in 7 of 8 home games this season. I don't see any reason why they won't do it again. And if they don't do it, what do they score? 27, 28? So they get close to that. So, do I think Denver? I think Denver could be an annoying team, Gabe. I think they could be annoying for a couple of quarters. Maybe into the second half here. I just think Bo Nix is going to make that mistake at some point, whether it's the third quarter, fourth quarter, and that's when, okay, the game's over. Then Buffalo's up by 15, up by 17, and then maybe it snowballs from there. So I like Buffalo as well to cover here, but I don't feel great about it because I do like Bo Nix. I like what he can do. Going to love his rushing props because he's going to have to run that football to get these drives going here when Courtland Sutton is covered here. But give me Denver. I'm going to love them in a teaser as well. I said Denver. Give me Buffalo. I love the Buffalo Bills. I'll have them in a teaser along with Baltimore. Got to find that third team. Don't really feel all that strongly about any of these other games yet. But, Buffalo wins, and I think they cover. I think it goes over.
So the Green Bay Packers and the Eagles, we've had some line movement in this game. It's up to 5 right now. So the Packers are getting 5. Total's 45.5 in this game. Another game, too, it's not a very high total. So I don't think it's going to turn into a full-out track meet. It was a high-scoring game when they played in Week 1 in Brazil. This is different. It's a playoff game now. So I think it'll be a little, it won't be as wide open as that, George. But 45.5 is a pretty low number for these two teams. And now this getting up to 5. I was already trying to talk myself into the Packers in the 4.5 range. Now up to 5. I don't think the Eagles are going to blow them out, but this is one of those games, man, that I have a weird feeling about it. Either like the Packers could surprise the world and beat them 24-23, or they might lose 31-17. But I do think it goes over 45.5.
Are we worried about the quarterbacks at all? Right? I mean, Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts, they're both going to start. I have very little doubt about that. I do wonder how successful they may or may not be. Now, in New York, we're still at 4.5 here, so we haven't gotten up to 5 yet. I think the Eagles are the better team, but I'm the first person to tell you, last year I would have thought the same thing when the Cowboys played the Packers in this spot. It was one of the few games I thought the Cowboys would win, and of course Green Bay went to Dallas, a 2-7, and they wrecked the Cowboys. I just don't see Green Bay. They just haven't played that well. No Christian Watson, right? I think LaFleur has to run Josh Jacobs and has to run him early and run him often and don't get away from that. I don't think Jordan Love can win this game with his wide receivers here. I just don't here. I still like Philadelphia. I would love them if Hurts would have played since mid-December, whenever he got hurt versus Washington. It's been a long time since he's been out here. I like the Eagles. I still think they're the best team. Yeah, pretty much 3 weeks. He played 12 snaps.
Yeah, so it's moving. Yeah, exactly. So 3 weeks, 12 snaps. He could be rusty. I know. Like I said, but, 24-21, they cover the number. The Packers need kind of like a perfect game. Like you said, they haven't been on top of their game over the last month. There's always, sort of injuries. Somebody's in, somebody's out. Now no Watson, Alexander injured as well on the defensive side of the football. Not ideal for him. And the Eagles are healthy, with the exception of Jalen Hurts, who is now cleared.
Everybody had an issue as well today. He came out of practice early, but they say he's going to play.
Yeah, that's but that's not a massive should be all right. But that's one of the reasons why I do like the Packers, actually. Like, in the fact that I don't really fully trust the Eagles, right? The Eagles and the Packers are kind of similar. The Eagles are better than the Packers. The Packers' knock on them is that they can't beat good teams. That they they beat bad teams and they lose to good teams. The Eagles haven't really played a ton of big time teams either, George. Right, and their offense hasn't, they haven't played for real in 3 weeks with their quarterback, essentially. They have question marks coming into this game. Like, I'm not running the window to trust the Eagles at -5.
I like the Eagles a lot more 3 weeks ago, a month ago, when they looked like they were rolling here. At the end of that schedule, they just played the NFC East, right? They played the Commanders, then the Cowboys, then the Giants. So they haven't played anybody since early December here. And I do worry about a slow start, Gabe. I do. And if Green Bay had been playing better, I would probably be like, I would like Green Bay in this game. I think Green Bay is a good team, but they've been playing just as bad as the Eagles, right? I mean, I just haven't seen all that much from them. So I'm going to ride. Listen, the Eagles are my Super Bowl team from the NFC. I'm going to ride with it. I don't feel great about it. They're not going to be that third team of my teaser. I'll tell you that right now. I think Green Bay does have a shot here. But I'm going to ride with the Eagles at home.
The Washington Commanders are getting 3 against the Bucs. We'll be on Sunday Night Football for this one. The total is an even 50. This should be a fun game. There's oftentimes we have high hopes for a football game, like the Lions and Vikings, and it turned into a one-sided affair, blowout, etc. But this should be an entertaining game. Jaden Daniels is a rookie. Rookies do struggle in their first starts, as Bo Nix, etc. But in the playoffs. But Dan Quinn's been there. The Commanders do have quite a few veteran players on their team that won't be overwhelmed by being in the playoffs. Daniels got ice in his veins. Tampa as well, George. It wasn't easy for them to get into the playoffs over the last couple of weeks either. Even against the Saints, man, they didn't pull away until late in that game last week.
The Buccaneers are really banged up in that secondary, right? Jordan Whitehead's out. He got to the car accident before the game last week, so he's not going to play. They have other injuries there. I mean, it's a good matchup for Washington. As you said, this should be a fun game. We should get points Sunday night. I'm certainly on the over here. McLaurin for an anytime touchdown. I'm looking forward to Mike Evans going up against Lattimore, see if they drop the gloves here and go at it. Those two don't really like each other here. But I think it's going to be a fun game. I think if I'm Kingsbury, I want to get Daniels into a groove. Maybe short little passes out of the backfield to Eckler, whatever it might be, over the middle to Zach Ertz, fine. Get him into a groove before you start attacking with Terry McLaurin and the deeper passing games. Maybe do Olamide Zacchaeus and De'Ami Brown. The more this week is going on, I like the Commanders more and more. As long as Jane Daniels can get rid of those rookie jitters quickly, and he'll have them, no doubt. Bo Nix is going to have them. They're all going to have them. As long as he can get rid of them quickly, and I think it's easier for Daniels than it will be for Nix, because like I said, I don't think Tampa has much of a defense. The only issue is, we all know Todd Bowles He's blitzing as soon as he leaves the hotel. All right? He's blitzing. He's going to send everything he can at Jay Daniels. He has to be able to handle that, and Washington has to be able to prepare for it. I'm going to take the over, and I'm going to take the points.
Minnesota Vikings and the Rams. We talked a lot about this game last night, and I'm not surprised. We knew they were going to move the game, right? I knew they were going to end up moving the game. And the number has moved quite significantly. There's been a 1.5-point swing. Last night before the move, it was Minnesota -1. Now it's Minnesota -2.5. I don't know how much of an impact it'll have on the game, actually. I brought it up earlier, Kurtz. The Rams weren't affected by this. Like nobody's house burnt down or anything. A couple of players lost power. But, it's a neutral field. What's your pick on the way out, George? Vikings or Rams?
I'm going the Rams. Can't trust the Vikings. Didn't like what I saw from Donald last week. I think the Rams are going to do the same exact thing. Give me the Rams.
Big card Julio steps up and in next. Thanks, George. We'll see you Sunday.
Would you rather listen to SportsGrid or sit in your driveway every night waiting to wish on a shooting star while your neighbors get increasingly concerned? This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Moritzi on SportsRage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1977, Super Bowl 11 at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. The Oakland Raiders beat the Minnesota Vikings 32-14. Wide receiver Fred Biletnikoff is named the game's MVP, and Oakland rushed for 266 yards. For the Vikings, it's their fourth Super Bowl loss, and third time in 4 years they lost the big game.
For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
How many SportsGrid listeners does it take to change a light bulb? It takes two. One to change the light bulb, and one to see if our mobile app can provide the same amount of light. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, level 4.5 continues. This is SportsRage Game Day. We'll be with you until midnight Eastern time. We appreciate everybody who joined us earlier tonight for the Penn State and Notre Dame game. Turned into a real classic, fun football game. It was a bad, it fell apart. I'm not going to say it was a bad beat. It fell apart if you had the under, like we did. But we also knew that, it's a pretty low total, so let's tease the hell out of this thing. And we're really lucky it didn't go to overtime. Let's just call it out for what it is. Overtime would have been the killer for the teasers, but all things considering, it was pretty good. We hit the player props. We hit the same game parlay that we gave you with Riley Leonard and with Tyler Warren. And now basically it's on to Friday night with the Texas Longhorns and the Ohio State Buckeyes. Looks like Big Card Julio is ready to go in Colorado. What's going on, Julio? How you doing tonight?
I'm doing well, Gabe. Thanks for having me on as always, my man. Apologies for the delay. What a game that was. Notre Dame in the final.
Yet Notre Dame off to the final. And listen, they're going to, people are going to say, oh, they're not going to be able to compete with Ohio State or Texas or whatnot. But Notre Dame remind me, I don't think they're as good as Michigan last year. I think Michigan were better offensively than they were with Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards and J.J. McCarthy and Loveland, their wide receivers, and et cetera, their tight ends. So, but the way that they play is basically just, you know what, we're not going to do anything fancy. If we need a first down, we'll throw the ball for 6 yards. If we need 4, we're going to run the ball. We're going to play defense. Like Notre Dame just sort of believe in the fact that they're tough, they're tougher than you, and they're going to hang in there. And they're fast as well. So it's not just sort of this like, oh, tough type football, but very resilient football team. They were on the ropes tonight, but Drew Aller really screwed up, Julio. That was a horrible interception.
He got a break several times in the late stages of the game, Drew Aller. And if you notice that interception that turned into a touchdown for Penn State, if you're James Franklin, I guess you just you live by the sword in this situation. People will second guess him, but
I don't blame Franklin.
Or mistakes.
I don't blame Franklin. Aller's got to not throw the football in that spot. It's up to the quarterback to realize this isn't a good idea. People are going to rip James Franklin for this and that. Franklin did a hell of a job with this team this year. All right, it's hard to win a national championship. They made it pretty damn far, so I'm not going to call out Franklin, but it was and even Aller. Aller's a kid. He'll be back. He'll be back next year. So what's your pick for tomorrow, Julio, with Texas and Ohio State?
I'm just focusing on the totals, Gabe. We're going to go over 13.5 first quarter at plus 120. You can also find over 10.5 first quarter, minus 110, and over 53. I might play this in-game. I like Texas, so I'm just going to take a little bit on Texas money line, I believe, plus 195.
Texas money line, bold. Bold. I don't think it's crazy. I think they have a legitimate chance of winning this game, right? The Ducks game, and it should be noted too. The Duck game was another revenge game for them. They know the Ducks, right? They played the Ducks. They had it circled. They lost by 1 point only earlier in the year, so it was a familiar foe for them. They actually lost the last 2 times that they played the Ducks. They lost a couple of years ago in Columbus to the Ducks as well. So Ohio State, I can sort of see how they came out like they did against the Ducks. It's going to be a little bit different. Texas's defense, I think there's going to be points, Julio, in the game. But I think the fact, though, that Texas's defense will come up with a couple of more early stops than the Ducks did. Like, I'd be shocked if it's 21-0 as quickly as it was like last week in this game tomorrow. It's up to Texas's offense, though, Julio. That's the thing. Can Texas offense keep up with Ohio State?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the last thing you want to see is like 21-0, like you just said there, Gabe. It's all going to be an interesting first half in this ball game. The last thing you want is Quinn Ewers to throw an interception early as well.
So what are your NFL picks this weekend?
Los Angeles Superchargers -3 at even money. Minnesota Vikings on the money line in Arizona against the Rams. Under 45.5 Packers and Eagles. I'm also going to take the Packers on the money line, plus 185 as well. I think I sort of like this matchup better for Green Bay. Check the weather conditions as well for that game. And the Denver Broncos, plus 8.5. And we'll do the teaser-pleaser of the Steelers and Broncos this weekend, Gabe.
Steelers and Broncos, huh? Julio, I know you're in Colorado, but it's going to be a tough spot for the Denver Broncos. And the Bills, especially in the first half. Now the point spread is down to 4.5 right now. It's sort of to 8.5. Let me see what the first half line is. Son of a bitch, it moved up to 5.5. It was 4.5 earlier in the week, Julio. I think the Bills are going to come out strong in this game. Like they're going to put up, they're going to early. They're going to ambush Denver. They're going to put a bunch of points up on the board. But at the same point in time, I think Denver will be able to score on Buffalo a bit. Buffalo's defense is good, but I still think, Denver are going to score 17, 20, 20-plus in this game. But I think this one's going to get away from the Broncos a little, in my opinion, Julio. like 34-20 type thing. You know what I mean? That type of thing.
It very, yeah. Yeah, I think if usually when we see these pull aways, especially in the playoffs that happen late in the second half, right? So both quarterbacks need to avoid terrible interceptions. I think my screen froze. I looked like a fool there for a second.
I trust Josh Allen more than Bo Nix. That's another thing, too. You're counting on Bo Nix to step up in a playoff game on the road.
No, I agree.
I agree. He's an older rookie, yes, but, it's also a tough spot. Like Jaden Daniels playing in Tampa isn't as hostile. You know what I mean? It's nice weather. Their Buck fans aren't. It's not like a crazy stadium to play in or anything like that. Buffalo, it's actually insane there. Any soccer picks on the way out here, Julio?
Nothing this weekend, Gabe. Just focusing on the American football.
All right, good stuff, Julio. Enjoy the games.
Yeah, you too, buddy. Thank you, Gabe. See you guys next week.
Julio's on some sort of wolf blitzer, like Jerusalem.
Luck is getting a warning after a cop pulls you over for speeding. Strategy is drafting behind a semi.
Know the difference.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
For anyone who's worried about back taxes, has not filed tax returns, and doesn't know what to do next, stop and listen. Not filing your taxes can have severe consequences, especially in this political climate. Now that COVID is over, the IRS is getting aggressive, massively increasing enforcement and collection efforts. With politicians making all sorts of promises, especially when it comes to taxes, hiding and not dealing with your taxes will cause you harsh legal and financial ramifications. But right now, the IRS offers forgiveness and writes off a massive amount of tax debt. The Tax Doctor offers a free service that helps people get out of IRS collections and back in good standing with the government. Don't hide or bury your head in the sand. Take advantage of our free service. Call now to learn more. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. That's 800-816-4492.
Don't listen to information you can get from just anywhere. Studies have proven that idiots walk among us. Consider the source. Only SportsGrid gives you sports gaming strategies and info you can take to the bank. It's the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
And down the stretch they come. And we turn the corner here, the final turn. SportsRage, game day, late night. We'll be on again tomorrow. We've got another one tomorrow night, 7:24 Eastern time. Shout out to Chris for stepping up and in for Matthias. Of course, the fires in Los Angeles. Matthias got an evacuation notice a couple hours ago, so we'll check in with him after the show. Hopefully everything is still fine. He said it was okay in his area still, but they did tell him to evacuate because it could get to his area soon. So 27-24 final score. Notre Dame advance. We got the football game tomorrow. And I find it's kind of crazy that I bet that there's going to be more points tomorrow night than tonight. They end up with 51. The total is 52.5, 53 tomorrow. So in other words, I just need this game to go over the number tomorrow, which I think it will. I think there's going to be points in this football game tomorrow night. It's a fast track. We're playing at Jerry's World here. So you got a fast track. You got a ton of speed on both teams. And we saw what happened with the Ducks in Ohio State. We love the total of 55.5 there. It sailed over the number. There'll be points in this game. Even if it's, if it's a battle and stuff, it'll be like 24-24 and, in the fourth quarter. And/or it turns into a track meet, which is a distinct possibility, right? And one thing to note about this game, the Texas Longhorns are really very good, strong starters. We saw that last week against Arizona State and all year. Like that's Texas's MO is to punch you in the mouth early in the football game, get a lead, and play from ahead. Ohio State haven't been great starters, but they've been playing like, men possessed in the postseason here so far. Julio said he likes the first quarter to go over the number. I'm not going to get into the first quarter over, but first half of this football game, the total is 26.5. I'm going to roll the dice and say that we get to 27 in the first half in this game. I'll have a ton of props tomorrow, but we do like the over, and I do think the Texas Longhorns +6 is worth a look. It's not just a hope play. Texas are good, right? Like people criticize Texas all the time, this, that, they don't do this, they don't do that. Well, whatever, man. They're in the semifinal for the second consecutive year. It's not easy to do. They've only lost to one team this year, the Georgia Bulldogs, right? So they have a nemesis in the Georgia Bulldogs right now. Now, Ohio State are better than Georgia are. I'm not going to dispute that, but it's all about matchups, and Texas's defense, is a lot better than the Ducks' defense is. So Texas at least have the NFL talent to sort of punch back when Ohio State try to punch them in the mouth. And in fact, like I said, they will be able to punch back. There's a lot of talk, too, about this game, about, if you want to get into the X and O's of it, about Quinn Ewers against cover 1 and cover 2. In which Quinn Ewers, shreds up cover 1 scheme defenses, cover 2 defenses with 2 good safeties, he has serious problems with. And Caleb Downs, the Ohio State safety, is one of the best players in the country, transferred from Alabama this year. So he really is a stud, this guy. He's like a first-round draft pick type player. He's a freaking stud. But once again, if every jackass on TV and radio knows this and is talking about this, you don't think Steve Sarkisian is aware of, okay, right, he struggles with this, so let's stay away from that and put him in different positions. Big key is, can Texas run the football tomorrow? And I think they will be able to. I think Texas's offensive line will be able to move the sticks and keep Texas in this game. So give me the Texas Longhorns +6 and over 53. NHL hockey, me and Cam talked about liking the New York Islanders tonight, at least at +1.5. The Islanders are winning 3-0. They are the kings of blowing leads, Cam.
I know.
It is 3-0. 17 minutes left in the game. They should hang on here, but we'll see.
I hope, Gabe. I'm on them +1.5 money line parlayed. I got an Australian horse race for you too at Werribee, race 5, 2 minutes to post. I like the 8. Frost Yourself. I've been watching this horse. I like the way he looked in the pregame. I'll tell you, man, this 9-2 now. Interesting, very interesting. So horse 8, race 5, Werribee, New York Islanders. And Gabe, I love your pick. I'm with Texas, and I like the over too. I worry about the over a little bit after what happened tonight, but I think Texas plays these guys tough. I would not be shocked if Ohio State and Texas, literally came down to the last possession. I want the dog. Give me the Texas Longhorns.
Yeah, you know what? It's true about the total. One thing about this, guys, both these defenses are super elite tomorrow. Exactly. It could turn into like a mid-20s type of game. I don't think so, though. I think the winner is going to have to get into the 30s to win this game. All right, so we'll see you on the Pharrell Show in the afternoon, and lock it in. We'll see you 7:24 Eastern Time, Friday night. Texas, Ohio State. Other than that, you're on your own. Later.
The boys of summer become the champions of fall. The World Series is on its way. And SportsGrid brings you every angle. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.